Freaking press my buttons.
Oh,
That's
for
probably
God's sake.
Hello!
I hope they heard that.
To Roll X Play. We roll dice and we get cancelled. I am the DM. We have all of the players on this side. All of the players are here except for one. They
All the
will
important
hopefully...
ones.
Yeah, exactly. Cassie who? She should be joining us a bit later on. If not, don't worry. Hopefully she'll be here next time. But you joined us for our weekend campaign, Still Hearts. This is session 18. We are rocking and rolling through the story as we're continuing through this very exciting and depressing Dungeons and Dragons. But with that set aside, let us remember the depression that was the last couple of sessions. So, to recap, the party have been quite busy as of late. They had stopped a revolt, some sort of fight that was beginning to take place between some of the underbelly of the city of Alexia and a barracks, but some complications here and there. But they stopped a lot of the escalation that could have happened. As well, during all of this, the party had found whispers of powerful entities who are trying to worm their way into Alexia, as well as building their own sort of group. Upon following this thread, as well as some assassins and other deeds around, they had come across a meeting between several individuals who have some connection to party members. Upon being found out, their spying, they were ushered away and were on the run. The party had found themselves reuniting back at Thodane's investigation shop, which, do you have a name for it yet, Jack? The bureau that you have?
No, we've got some on the cards, but I wanted to actually discuss it in character.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Then we'll get to that. But as they reunite back at their home base, they kind of recollect some of the information that's been gathered, distributing the knowledge that these individuals had met, and begin to plan for their movements forward. A powerful entity who has named themselves as Caspian, who seems to have the power of removing magic and is a bane to archmages, has offered to help the party as he is sympathetic to their cause and has some sort of connection, or at least an understanding of what Thorn specifically had gone through. Planning together, ready to move forward. The party prepare and plan. In the meantime, Van informs one of the party members, Fennell, of a little secret they've been keeping for a while. A companion that follows them as a shadow every step of the way so far in this adventure. And now Fennell is aware that a shadow lingers alongside Van. But now, with that set aside and awkward moments here and there, the party now prepare the next steps forward, as Caspian has gone to the reserve to try and recruit them to your cause. So, you're currently still in the same building. It is about midday. What would you guys like to do?
Siesta?
Siesta? You've had your short rest.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
We get drunk.
Do you want to start with Sienna, because you weren't there last session, the only to catch up on?
I feel like Sienna literally just would have gone and grabbed the power nap during the hour that they all decided to do nothing for a moment and just recollect. So she probably missed what happened between Thorn and Caspian, but we'll see if Thorn brings it up. And after that, she's probably looking to do something to actually get started with something. So she's going to ask the others if any of them want to join her in looking into fixing up the holes that lead down to the sewers that we found, to make the additional living area we have available more secure. So either actually seal the hold up or maybe install some sort of gates that can't be opened from down below.
Okay. So as you begin to kind of go into the storage unit to the side, you see that some of the items have now been taken out, ushered away. Samara, who has kind of overseen much of this, you don't see Bernard or Marinia either. They don't seem to be present in this room. But you see Samara just kind of gesturing around. There's a couple of helpers here and there, just carrying, lifting most of the heavy stuff. And she's kind of ushering them. You head down to the second floor underneath, which is pretty much empty, barren, hasn't been used. It's kind of a forgotten storage space. But that hole is still present, although it's been covered by planks of wood. Not the most efficient way of covering up a large hole into a deadly pit of whatever those creatures are, but something. How would you like to try and cover it up?
Well, have I ever done something of the sort? Have I ever had to fix roofs, for example, or had experience with people that deal in the trade of wall repairs?
I'd say through your kind of adventure, you've had to do some repairs here and there. There's being a part of like a garrison, especially like a barracks. You're not always on the beat. You're not always kind of looking around for trouble and making sure that peace is being kind of distributed throughout the cities or towns or villages, wherever you are. There are some other jobs that you have to do. You are kind of like the handyman as well, that goes around and helps people take their things from A to B, just be like a general good citizen. So I'd say you have. I'd say you've been around and kind of helped fix roofs and done some tile work, but this is something a bit different. This is, you have to lay in layers of cement, and depends what you want to do with it. You do have like bits of furniture upstairs, and there is this kind of almost, you saw several of them, like hatches. They just led to nowhere. They were just taken off of something, some ship perhaps, and just left upstairs on just hanging around. You could use one of those if you wanted to. Fashion it there. It does have a lock. It's kind of reinforced, but you'd have to set it into the stonework.
Do I have the tools that would be necessary for that? Like hammers, etc.?
You begin to kind of go around and you see Samara look at you. Don't worry, I have everything with me. I brought all my tools with me, so you can just use these if you'd like.
Yes, that's perfect. Great preparation. Really amazing work.
No problem. So you want to try and fasten this hatch. Just roll a athletics check at advantage for me.
Athletics. At advantage.
You do add a d4 to this because it is a strength check.
Ooh, we are
Since you have
going
the
even
ribbon.
higher then. 27 in total.
7. You find the heaviest out of all of them. This kind of solid steel kind of framework to it. It's not kind of made out of wood. There's elements of wood to kind of help in the buckling areas, but you grab one that's almost made completely out of metal. Heavy, and you see a lot of people who are trying to take the items away left that one last because it was too heavy for them to carry between two people. You kind of see it, take the challenge on, take it up, lift it, take it down the stairs, down the kind of ladder that you have there. Bit of a difficulty, but you kind of lean it against your neck as you carry it down. You see Samara every so often go, oh, do you see that? Just kind of step back and let you handle it. You place it over the top, heavy thud, and you just begin to kind of grab the rivets and place and lock it into its fixing there. So now you've placed a large kind of fortified door. So nothing can come in and out without you using your key, which you now have.
Okay, perfect. Great. That definitely helps with feeling a bit more secure.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think she just wants to walk around the place and ensure there are no other possible entrances.
Okay.
Like, I think while we were there, we only found this one hole, but, you know, better safe than sorry.
Yeah, sure. Just roll a perception or investigation check as you begin to go through a lot of the space to see if there are any gaps.
Both pretty bad. 6.
6. Looking around, you don't really see anything. It seems pretty well fortified. Again, when you look around the top, because it is bright outside and the interior is slightly dim, there's no windows looking in or out. It's just a shutter on the main entrance. So once everyone leaves, you kind of close the shutters, leave the light from the sunlight just to kind of naturally reflect in. And you don't see any seams, you don't see any gaps, you don't see any light flooding in. So you are pretty confident that the top area is completely secure, nothing's going to come in and out. But you're not an expert in structural integrity, so you're not sure if there's going to be elements that are a bit more looser or could be broken into easier. But from the most part, if someone were to try and sneak in, it seems impervious.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. As you're kind of going through that, you can see at one point Samara just outside. You can hear her kind of conversing with someone. As you kind of exit, you can see Talon, the human male who kind of gave you the swift drifters, the mechanic. You see he's kind of looks a bit more prim and proper. His hair is a bit more slicked back. You can see he's wearing a nicer version of his clothes, although there are still kind of oil marks here and there and grease marks across his face. You can see he kind of just, as soon as you begin to enter, well, these are for you, and I'll see you later, maybe? She just kind of looks at the flowers that have been given. Sure. As soon as she looks up in his direction, he's gone. He's down the hall already. Fucked off. Do you know who that guy is?
Yes, he's the one that let us lend the bikes. So he's the one that owns them.
Okay.
He has a shop here in town, so an upstanding businessman with probably a lot of opportunities and growth potential.
All right, but is he nice?
He seemed very nice. He was very considerate when he was talking to us, and like several of us expressed fears about going on the bikes, but he was good at talking us down. So I think he's very nice.
Is he too nice?
No, like from what Thorn taught me, like he walked her back. He was not overbearing or anything. So if he like asks you on a date or something, say yes, because I think you'd be adorable.
Okay, well, I said yes, but I'm usually quite hesitant when it comes to people like him. I've dated a few mechanics in the past, and let me tell you, they are quite greasy.
Yeah. He seemed to clean up nice. I mean, some spots left, but
Yeah, he is quite cute. So I'll give it some thought, and we'll just give him a chance. It's no problem in trying.
no, definitely not. Well, there might be, but as long as you're safe, then you know.
Oh yeah. Why wouldn't I be safe?
I mean, well, we've brought some troubles onto these stores, but I think you should be good.
Oh, that's fine. That comes with the business. So don't worry about that.
Ah,
I've been in worse situations. It's fine. Well, anyway, I'm going to continue trying to get the rest of this stuff out of the storage unit. I got some food. It's upstairs. In case you didn't
Perfect.
see or hear that, so you can grab something there. I got a bit of everything. I was asked to bring some ice cream and sugary treats, but trying to look out for my figure, so I got a few different things.
all right, thank you.
Welcome.
She's gonna head up and grab a bite to eat.
Okay. As you head up, you can see people are beginning to conduct plans, move around. What is happening upstairs? You guys tell me. Who's where? What's going on?
Oh yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I'm making a crime board, 100% at this point. And because we're dealing with
Stodane
people
also
where...
have a cigarette in his mouth.
No, he doesn't smoke. He drinks though, and he's probably got it's in a coffee mug. It's not coffee, but yeah.
Can you
yeah,
roll a
with the-
Constitution saving throw for me, sir? Because it sounds
Yeah.
like you've done a lot of drinking these last few hours. You're fine. You're bossing it.
Dwarf. Yeah. But yeah, he's because there's a bunch of people where we're not entirely sure if we can say their names. So it's like it's going to be like a board which is cut into thirds. So it's going to be C, F, and G. Well, Sarah and Frederick and Gil. And yeah, he's just putting the profile we got for Frederick with the information that's provided. I'm not better. Shut up. That there. What he knows about Gil, which is mostly value secrecy, brutal, and distinctive look. Trying to keep it a bit vague in case anybody who shouldn't see it sees this board. And for Sarah and sadist, intelligent, money with a question mark, because unsure if it's his own or funding, possible connections, and he's going to put that kind of quite prominently in, not in the reception, but in like the meeting room, so that if anyone goes into that room, that board, which has the stuff that affects the majority there, and there's going to be a second board on the other side of the room, which just says Kiv, and at the moment it's just got the name of that priest.
Okay. As you're finishing it up, you take a step back just to kind of take it all in. You see Snow Bear just begin to clap, although it's just like, it's inaudible because he's a plushie.
Oh, this is marvelous. Well done. This is amazing.
It's just, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but...
Oh, but this is the beginning. This is
It
something
is.
to build on.
No, it is, and that is always a good thing. We've got a starting point. I do wish the board for Kiev was not as barren. But circumstances and all that shit. We're gonna need to figure out how to actually prioritize this, because all of that seems quite personal to everybody, but Kiev's on a time frame, but I don't know what that prick's deal was with Ven, but I don't imagine he's the patient sort.
I don't really know what to do with Kiv, but if you need me to, like, look elsewhere whilst all of this is going on, don't forget I'm quite a keen detective myself.
No, and I appreciate that. For now, I want you to just... So, Samara's, from what she said, it's also her first job. And while we figure out a bit more about your whole deal, as well as get the lay of the land, I want you to stick with her, show her the ropes, evaluate her. Let's see if she's got a knack for detecting herself. Because if she's got... Because, you know, the boss was saying it'd be good if we could expand. Well, we've got someone here who seems eager to learn. Let's see if she's got the aptitude. You know, trust you to take the reins on that. Let me know if she's got any talent for it. I do think, and don't let me know, Fawn's got a bit of a knack for it as well. Earlier today. The problem with sessions. So we've had 3 sessions on one day.
Yes.
Just like Fodane doesn't know time anymore. This
It's been
this
like
feels
a month IRL.
Yeah, this feels like a lot. But earlier today, she had a good plan. The rationale was there. I think. Let's see if she's interested in learning a bit more.
I love it. I love it. I'll be sure to train my apprentice, Samara, and you can train your... We'll see who's the better teacher.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually all for it. Don't pressure her into it. If she just wants to stick to admin, let her stick to admin. It is her choice, and she's already had a bit of a thing with the dust mites, whatever they're called, the blue balls.
Yes, blue balls. Yes. Well, all right. It's a plan. I'll start training her up.
Okay, excellent. In the meantime, Max, that arcane lock I got from the twins who shall not be named. Can I give other people like a key to it?
Yeah, pretty much. It's so the way that it works is one singular key, but if they know the key word, they can use that as well. It depends how you want to go about it.
Cool. I will tell Snowbear the keyword.
Okay.
Sodding twins. Got it.
Yes. And I want you to go over that with what we know about especially F there. I want you to see, because we know he's a professor. I want you to go through the folders, see if we've got anything in the academic world we can leverage for maybe more information.
You got it.
In fact, if you could do that, take the files and do that with Samara, because she's been running herself ragged. Just give her something that lets her sit down.
All right. I'll find this fucker. Find out what he's up to.
Yeah, I think calling him a fucker is a bit rude to all other fuckers. We're going to have to come up with a new insult for him. He's not very pleasant.
We'll workshop it.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what I want you to do. Once we figure out a bit more about your whole situation, we'll see about getting you in the field a bit more. Just at the moment, I don't want to risk you because I'm reluctantly getting used to you.
Is that all just a compliment?
I mean, we don't do full compliments in the Neef household, you know that much?
Oh, well, we should change that. I love you.
Yeah, okay, I love you too, buddy.
Kiss.
Yeah, no, I've got whiskey breath now. Don't care if you don't have a nose. It's
my favorite.
Oh god, did I make you an alcoholic? Did I?
There were a couple of stories, yes.
Has a big drink.
All right. You prepare Snowbear for his next steps forward with Samara and investigating some of Frederick's background. Just for the hell of it, Jack, if you could roll 2d20 for me.
Okay. Individually or could I roll
Yeah,
that?
individually.
Okay, first one, E. Second one, better.
Okay, cool. Noted. Anything else for anyone else?
Beep boop me, please.
Yep.
I
Go for
mean,
Beep boop.
Vanel and Van are still in the same room? Question mark?
I think you guys said you were leaving by the end of last session.
I know we were drinking. That's for
Yeah.
sure.
I think
Absolutely.
we're drinking in our own room.
Yeah,
Yeah,
our
because
own room.
wherever
the side room
The
is.
singular room that's in this entire place.
You're drinking in the Dane's bedroom.
Yep.
like a
Plenty
couple
of
of
drinks.
teenagers.
Plenty to choose from.
Okay, he's a functioning alcoholic, thank you very much.
Well, we're drinking what Ven's got.
Yeah, it's the Dane's dad's
Yeah.
fruit beers, which is that even alcohol? But okay.
It's cider, so yes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, British cider. So yes, it's basically the same alcohol content as beer.
Fair enough. He's gonna just look at Fennel for a second. I know they came on a bit strong, but I do actually want to know a little bit more about you.
What they want to know more about me.
No, I do.
Oh, you do.
I feel like
right.
I've told you a lot, but I don't know a lot about you.
Well, what do you want to know?
What's your home like?
Not as nice now. It's out of the water. Before it was lovely. Water everywhere. You could swim to anywhere you liked. It made sneaking out at night very easy. Not so easy now. Climbing buildings. I can climb buildings, but it was much easier to swim everywhere. But corals all over the place. Fish swimming everywhere too. Yeah, it was lovely. Really enjoyed it.
And your family, did they prefer it back when it was in water as well?
Yeah. Although, well, I assume not very close to my family. They're not really in the picture anymore.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to bring up anything.
That's fine. It's been a long time.
When you say that, do you mean you just don't get along with them, or?
No, as in they're not in the picture. I don't know where they are, to be honest. Don't know what's happened to them. There might still be somewhere. There might not be. Couldn't tell you. They just
Oh,
left me behind.
well, you got us now at least. Though that does sound like it sucks.
Like I said, it's been a long time. I'm used to being on my own. And like I said, you're right, I do have you now. The companionship, the being with this group has been very nice. Much better than the lonely road I've been taking.
I agree. Me too. I've got a taste of traveling alone, and it was nice sometimes, but it's nice to have people around again.
Exactly.
What was your favorite part of your home before it went above water?
Favorite part of home? I think the shale reef. There was a side of town which was built on shales, and that's where all the young crowd used to hang out. So lots of other Tritons my age, and so that was always nice and fun.
I see. Adventures when you were a teenager there then?
Yeah, lots of adventures.
So what prompted you to come up to land then?
I want to avoid the politics. I'm in politics, but I didn't want to be in politics. So this was a good workaround. I can make a difference, make an impact without being inside any political triangles and drama.
I understand. I'm not too keen on politics either, probably because I mostly don't understand a lot of them, but I get your sentiment. Especially when there's a war going on.
Yes.
And whatever Gil's doing.
Yes. Well, that's not new, unfortunately.
Was that happening before?
Oh, like all cities, and I'm sure it's you have it here. We have our criminals, we have our black markets, we have our less likable bunch, and well, Gil was known amongst them.
Ever encountered him before this?
No.
Probably for the best that you did.
Yeah, no, it's probably good. He doesn't seem like a very likable character.
You did mention about contacting someone.
Yes, my superior. She might be able to help. She's a resourceful woman. But she said she was going to be here, so I need to see if she is.
That would be nice. Have some more backup. I know Caspian is there, but it feels kind of bad using him as a magic shield or anti-magic shield all the time.
True. I don't know. I feel like we're serving his purpose as well. I feel like he wouldn't have offered if he didn't have a use for us.
I guess so, yeah.
But we'll have to wait and see. He seems capable.
I mean, you saw what he did to my curse. It was just boom, gone in a second. Kind of scary, to be honest.
But it means he's probably telling the truth.
True. I wanted to like shake his hand or hug him to thank him, but I'm afraid like all of my magic will get sucked in if I do that, so I'm keeping my distance.
That's understandable. I haven't got.
Plus he doesn't really feel like
I've only got a little bit of magic. Any stuff that any other Triton can do, but would be a shame to lose a little bit I did have.
I didn't know you had magic.
Oh, it's nothing. I can. Every Triton's able to cast like 1 or 2 spells, but it's like I said, it's nothing.
Can I see?
Sure. And Fennel will cast. Is it fog? What's my spell? There we go. Yeah, fog cloud, and fill up the room.
Fog machine.
You just hear this, just this kind of smoke sound as from his pores, a fog just begins to envelop around all of you. It becomes a very hot and steamy sort of space.
Well, this can be useful if we ever need to get out of a situation.
Yep, this is literally the only thing I can do, but useful in some circumstances.
As
Yeah, I
the mist
Are
is
they still in my room?
It's just coming out from underneath the
As
door.
the mist is around the two of you, you see only the silhouettes of each other, but you also see a third silhouette to the side of you. One that is just pure shadow, just kind of stood there, looking down at the two. For the rest of you, you begin to see this layer of like marine fog just steep underneath the doorway, through the cracks. Looks like someone's hitting a massive blunt in your room today.
As long as they air it out.
Who is it Discord above us, or who is it?
Yes.
It's a windowless room.
Nah, it's Kelvin.
Looking down like that. At you.
Hello? Everything okay?
Yes, I'm just enjoying the chat.
I suppose I'm gonna have to get used to you just popping up.
He slumps down next to you for now and puts an arm around you. Don't worry. It'll be all okay. I don't bite, and as you know, I'm here to look out for Ven and everyone else. You and me will keep it tight. He gives you a little squeeze, and you feel the squeeze.
I see if Discord is actually nice to him, or is this like a undercover threat?
No, this feels a bit more of a, you know, like the big brother or the dad talking to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you bite?
I don't know, actually. Maybe?
Her head turns around towards you then, and you see the form become more slender and feminine. Well, I can. And you watch as the mouth opens, just these kind of gnarly looking shadowy teeth emerge as the mouth kind of bends back further and further, longer than it should, and just goes, if you'd like me to show you.
No,
No.
that's
Okay,
plenty.
let's not scare him too much, guys.
You don't find this scary, do you?
Oh, it's not exactly very comforting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause any sort of awkward tension. Quite strong. They have a little feel of your muscles and then pull away. So stay back to the kind of height they were before. I will stay hidden for most of this time. But this is cute. And you see they just step away and disappear.
Sorry about them. They're a bit protective.
I can tell. They're also very strange.
Yeah, we've had a few run-ins where we thought people were nice, but turned out to be otherwise. So they're... I know it seems excessive, but they're trying to look out for me.
How long before you realized they were? Because that can't have been, one morning it's like, oh, right, okay.
Realized what? That they're...
They were there for
Strange?
you? No. I think you probably would have get that pretty quickly. But that they were there for you.
Probably since the first moment I saw them. It was kind of a feeling, I guess, that they're a part of me.
Fair enough. Hard to imagine. Feel like freaking out, which should have been the normal reaction, but
Well, there was a bit of maybe fear at first, or confusion, but there were so many other things happening that, them offering help was kind of the only good thing happening.
well, they seem capable. Definitely wouldn't
Seem
want to
to
get on
know
their
a lot
bad
of
side.
Yeah, let's hope you don't, but I don't think so. I mean, you're nice.
Well, I try. It's part of the job.
Well, I hope it's not just the job, but
No.
we should probably regroup with the others soon. Don't tell them though.
Oh, no, of course not.
I feel like if we tell Thadane, he will implode
Well, if we tell
from
Thorn,
too much information.
she'll try and stab them.
Yeah, I don't think that would work, but she would definitely try a lot.
Yes, she would. Be a good way to find out whether they can be stabbed, though. Kidding.
I'd rather not find that out, but
No, probably for the best.
I don't think they can be. They did describe Kelvin as different from them because he was of flesh, or he had a material form, which I think suggests that they don't.
It's hard to imagine stabbing a shadow.
Kind of like stabbing a cloud. You can't really do it.
Exactly.
Well, we should probably meet up with the others, see what they planned.
Yep. Let's see what's going on.
Plus, they're probably worried now that there's a giant fog coming out of this room.
That's fine. It will make the place smell better. It's scented like the sea.
What do you mean we don't have fire extinguishers? Maybe get some!
What's going on?
And Fennel, thank you again. And then gives him a hug.
Oh, hug back.
You
And,
try and find him in the mist.
Through the mist somewhere.
Anytime.
Okay.
Pull away and get up.
You head back outside, find the door eventually, and exit to see everyone kind of looking over at the doorway that is now just this mist. You do look like a pair of like rappers from the 2000s when smoke machines were at their height, where you just kind of walk out. If you only had sunglasses on, then it'd be perfect.
How long would it take to prestidigitation all the fog away?
Well, after about 10 or so minutes, however long the spell lasts for, it does dissipate. But the smell still lingers.
So the entire apartment just smells of seawater now.
It
Everything's
smells
dead.
like sea salt, yeah. Not the the sewagey water that you'd expect to smell.
It smells of damp, is what it does.
Yeah,
The beach.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
it smells
beach.
like beach.
If I have to take anything to a dry cleaners to get this smell out, it's coming out of one of yours pay. Who cast it?
Why? You know me, I'm just a rogue.
Everyone looks at him like, next time I'm getting them to bite you. It's just...
Right, you know what? I will try and sort that out later. Okay. So, I've set up some boards in the meeting room. I've avoided names just in case. Well, if G isn't the only one who's got a thing with saying his name. If you have any more information you want to add to the board, feel free to do it. If you've got speculation, if it's not, you can't verify it, discuss it first. We want just cold hard facts on the boards. Fennel, I know you don't know G, but if you could just add whatever you know from back home, because I can't find anything on him, but if he's a known criminal in your neck of the woods, just anything you can add would be great.
There's not a lot, unfortunately.
Well, I mean more like, do you know what kind of crime he specializes in? Like, is it weapons? Is it money? Is it theft?
Well, he was more known as a thief initially, but he's bigger now. He does other stuff now. And
okay, well,
and nothing's ever been tied to him.
Ambitious and smart, possibly has blackmail on people. That's good stuff. So, again, even if, because the thing is, from what you were saying, it sounds like he's a known quantity back forget the nation's name.
Well, known enough. Again, nothing's ever been tied to him. Rumors, hearsay, everyone knows, but in a court of law, there's nothing.
Okay. Well, if there's anything that you can think of that, because from what you're saying, some of it sounds like it might just be common knowledge for you.
Yeah.
You used to, I imagine it's the kind of thing people discuss around. You guys won't have water coolers, will you? Yeah. Whatever your equivalent is. But yeah, that applies for anyone. If you can think of anything that you can actually verify, add it to the boards. Ideally, if you could leave whatever you've done to verify that in the room, you have to add it to the board, just so we know your source. That'd be great. If you don't want to divulge your source for whatever reason, just let me know.
Sienna's just gonna raise her hand tentatively, and she's like, well, it seemed like the people that gave Ven the information on what was happening, as soon as they spilled the secrets, they died. They flat out died. So either he's securing his secrets somehow, or his name specifically, I don't know.
Yeah.
Ven, what did it seem like? Did they say his name and then boom, or?
Yes,
I don't
Ven.
think it was the name. I think it was Robbie trying to remember what was said 3 weeks ago.
They mildly
I think it was
sassed you when you killed them.
I think they did say his name, but also discussed his plans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's, well, if it's a case of discussing plans, Max, could I do an Arcana check to see if I know of any rituals that would, basically, if someone speaks too far, it's like a kill switch?
Sure, yeah, go for it.
Okay, and you know what? I'm going to inspire myself as well. There's an extra D8 to this. From the D8. Oh, wow!
Damn!
Oh my lord.
Jesus.
30 fucking 3. already. You're level
He's
fucking
entered the
5.
arcade.
my guy.
This is
You're
this
level
is
5.
what this is why bards shouldn't
He
inspire
sees the
themselves.
You're level 5. Yeah, there are enchantments that can be placed. One thing that you know strongly, and is kind of used in terms of evidence, is that names have power. Every person is given a name, and that connects them to their physical and kind of immaterial body. A name is very important. Same goes when it comes to items and word of mouth. The most common, or at least the one that's most known about, is the fact that you have a god known as the god of madness, and if you say his name, anything, and I mean anything, can go wrong. Even his name, Tharis Dun, is taken out of books, taken out of places of knowledge, recordings, everything. Because if you read it, think it, say it, it will have an effect. Now people have been able to use that same sort of enchantment to their own use. This can be perhaps if their name is said out loud, then an archmage from far away will be able to know if they're being eavesdropped on or spoken about with ill intent. But this is a very powerful enchantment, only done by the highest and most skilled arcane practitioners and diviners. So you assume that this is only possible if someone is of a higher power. With the 33, from what you gathered, it doesn't sound like that is an easy get. And for one of these people that you have on your board to have that influence is quite scary, but also very unlikely. Now as well, could you roll a what would it be for this? A history check.
Sure. 15.
Would you like to add a bardic inspiration to this or not?
The moment you said that, you know that was going to happen. Thank God I'm level 5. I get those back in a short rest now. D8 roll 18.
Okay. From the way that it's being kind of distributed, Gil specifically seems to be someone who is considered, or at least considers themselves, a boogeyman. From the recollections that everyone's telling you, from what their kind of implications are from the people that have given you information, is that this person works on word of mouth. This isn't some sort of higher power that they have. It's more that they have connections to connections to connections, and if their plans or anything is told, then he will find out through the people themselves. Gil just sounds like he's someone who has his fingers in every pie and is well trained enough to be able to execute anyone who tries to get in his way. That also means that his connections run throughout. This could be guards, could have been anyone on the ship at the time. You heard and know that Diplor had some sort of connection, or through another person. So you're starting to think that perhaps Gil does not have the power to know when someone speaks his name, but more so, he's built a threat on it. He's built a reputation.
Right. Okay. I'm going to relay all of that to everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
And going to add to the board knowledgeable and bluffs. Like bluff / deception. Because he's definitely employing that. Like he's doing his research, but then the impression I'm getting from all of that is he's reliably faking other spells to enforce his will.
Yeah, which is quite likely because of someone like him. It sounds like he's slowly and steadily become just prominent all of a sudden. and especially in close circles to where whispers only mention about him.
Yeah.
Because everyone's afraid to say his name.
Yeah, I'm gonna section off the bottom third of the board and just put speculations. And I'm gonna add knows more about magic than he can cast, and with a question mark. Which with wizards is scary as fuck. Because if a wizard knows, okay, I know the components and all the spell shit for Meteor Swarm, and I can cast Melf's Minute Meteors, I can fake that reliably. So, Fodane's a bit freaked out, but also like this is good information to know.
Okay.
So
anything else?
Yeah. Just gonna go to Sienna and Ven. Right, okay, so it isn't that, but did you see anybody else nearby who might have like triggered a different spell? Did you catch any like hint or whiff of magic? That's more for Ven. But
I was pretty surrounded by them, to be honest with you.
right, okay. And what was the effect like? Was it just instantaneous? Did you see anything like an energy? Like any smell? Like could it be was anything like infernal or?
They seem to have like started a few times before they actually dropped.
So they knew what was happening. Like did
Maybe
they
they did seem confused.
Would you say confused or scared?
DM, would I say they were more confused or scared or both?
Hey, look, you were the one that killed them.
I know, but like, I don't know how they felt in the moment.
Above table, you were not subtle about what you were doing.
To be fair, they didn't. It wasn't Ven who was doing it first. It was the shadow initially.
They were surprised. They were surprised, but you can say it however you feel.
Surprised more, I guess, or scared.
Right, okay, so if it was a threat, they probably might have known about the threat. I hate the fact that I'm having to draw wrong conclusions, by the way. Absolutely fuck off. Okay, right, so it's a known threat. He's bluffing magic that he can't cast. He can...
Honestly, they could have just been really good actors, but I don't know.
I mean, they're dead. They can't. I don't think they're that good.
Their corpses did immediately disappear, so
that's true.
That could just be a part of the spell. It could. Like, there's a few off the top of my head. It's why I went for Infernal. If the bodies are gone, they might have been killed and offered up as payment, the material component, so to speak.
Hell?
I mean.
You think he dabbles with like devils and infernal things?
Yeah, maybe. No, he doesn't, because it was you.
Hey, you don't know that.
Let me cope. But here's the conclusion Fodane's actually drawing. Right, I think he is a skilled practitioner of magic, but yesterday he was flying with a broom, right?
You're talking about Frederick?
Yeah.
No, he was just flying, casting the fly spell.
Yeah.
Okay.
No brooms.
So he was flying. He might. So Gil is got a knowledge of magic and he's bluffing it. Or alternatively, he might be. Frederick might be loaning out services, and this is like it's a barter-based alliance. You can help me with this. I'll help you with that. Because I'm not going to speculate in the voice. It hurts the throat. So yeah, I think with the fact that he's nautical based, there is absolutely no reason to think that Gil is not smuggling. He can go under the water, so he could be bringing components. I think barter-based alliance is the best guess at the moment with the information we have.
Why would he become allies with Fred or F, if you want to call him that? And C?
Yep. Siren.
I don't know whose name we can't say anymore.
Yeah, well, Ven knows. But yeah.
Does he? I'm confused because we're using F and C, but then we're saying their names, so I don't know.
And I was saying Siren above table.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, he seems to be ambitious. He seems to, going off what we know, he wants more status, even if it's in the criminal side of things. He wants money. With that, allying himself with people of wealth who don't have much in the way of scruples seems like a good way to go about that.
I guess. Could make sense. So what are our plans exactly?
I think we stick with Thorn's one. Lie low for, well, you three especially. You're either connected to them or were spotted. And there's the Thorn in our side. That joke.
Thanks. Thanks very much. Thorn was sleeping. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Just took a nap. Aww.
Thanks, Max.
There, here you go.
That's
there you
so
go.
nice.
There
Okay.
you go.
There
That
you
was
go.
the
You got
first
yours.
sign that was the first sign
Oh,
he had.
wow.
Here's one I made earlier.
I was about to say thanks because my dream really pissed me off, so I woke up mad. And then I woke up even more mad because I realized I was missing the session.
It's okay. You didn't miss a lot.
Yeah,
My
I mean,
dreams pissed me off so much during the day.
I mean,
Hell.
that was
me.
Cassie's brain getting her in character before the session.
True.
Ah, yes, of course.
It's just pure efficiency.
Thorn took a stress
Method
nap.
acting, but in your sleep, bro.
But yeah. Where was I?
Thorn's plan.
Yeah.
How amazing it is.
Yeah. So yeah. Think Ford's right. You three should lay low for at least today. Frederick was out in force looking for you. Fennell, you were spotted. At least you think so. And again, C has a vested interest in finding you, Fawn. So yeah, lay low for now. We'll review the situation again, I think, tomorrow for the rest of us. Sienna, didn't you have something you were meant to do today?
Yes, my parents will probably be in town, and there's sort of been a dinner arranged. And I could use that as an opportunity to grab our stuff, as Dawn suggested. None of you really have to come if it's not safe.
I can help with that. I've not been spotted, and the fact that you guys work here, the paperwork's not had enough time to be a matter of record yet, so this place should be safe.
Okay. So the three of us stay. Will you two go?
Yeah, I'm just going to grab the stuff and come back. I don't think bringing a detective who does scandals for the rich and famous is a good idea.
I mean, you don't have to introduce yourself like that.
Yeah. And, you can be Derek, the art connoisseur.
Well, maybe also don't lie to my parents immediately upon meeting them. You could just say, hi, I'm Dane, a friend of your daughter's, or something.
I'm technically your employer, and they're then going to ask what you now do for a living.
could also just leave that out, which would again be lying again. Well, no, it would be.
Yeah.
not
Do you want me?
mentioning
Do you
it.
want me
Don't
to
ask.
lie or tell the truth? Like,
Yeah, that's true. They might honestly not care.
You know you can
That's
be a
very
friend
caring
and an
of them.
employer.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, that I mean, you are a friend and an employer, so
I
Yes,
appreciate
I-
that. It's also more just, you know, it feels a bit weird if I'm the one you bring when Fawn can't go.
that's a good point. Yes.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to come. So.
Yeah, I just think I'll grab everyone's stuff and bring it back. Yeah, Samara might have to give me a hand, but yeah, we'll get sorted over here. You go have a nice time with your parents. What are the odds that we get another crisis out of this?
Sienna wants to immediately answer, then she hesitates and goes, relatively low.
Right, just in case, let's do an inventory while we're out, just to see if we've got enough, I don't know, rations to withstand a siege at this point.
Okay. So the plan is to lay low, and part of you go back to the spa.
Yes.
Okay, who's going to the spa?
Me and Thadane.
All right. And the three of you are going to be staying here.
Yep.
At the
House arrest
house
at this point.
House arrest.
Defend the fort, apparently.
The Fed.
Okay, look, if you open up this wall here, that's an M16. That's a minigun.
Where's the
yeah,
drawbridge?
loaded for them.
Where's the drawbridge?
Actually, if you press this
Where
button
is
behind
the
the desk,
cannon?
no, if you press this button behind the desk, it turns
Where's
into a
the
Gundam.
bazooka?
Where's the grenade launcher?
I have spells for that.
Where's Caspian, by the way, during all this?
Caspian, he left before.
Oh, he did. True, yeah.
Yeah, so
to
he
go
went to the
talk to
reserve.
Tessa.
Yeah, he's speaking to the money people, which could be very good for us or very bad.
I mean,
Yeah.
we've also already talked briefly to Tessa, so you know.
He's cool.
But yeah,
But also, her husband got recently cursed, so
Oh, right. Forgot about that.
yeah, she might be a bit distracted.
yeah.
Are we talking this in or out of character, guys? I'm very confused.
I don't know.
Out of
Okay, because I was like, huh? Hold on a second. When the hell?
I have no fucking idea.
I mean, our characters also know this, but they wouldn't think to bring it up, I think. So.
No, they wouldn't think. We've established that.
No fault. No brains.
Too much drama.
Okay. Then we'll focus on Sienna and Thordain momentarily. The two of you leave the headquarters, the castle, the fort, and head out.
Shit. I changed clothes. I just realised that I never did that, and I've still got the shirt that's covered in blood on.
Yes, true. Okay, so you
maybe take
get
that.
changed.
You look like a fucking crazy person. It's like, hi! So you're her parents!
Hello, nice to meet you.
No,
I'm her
I think
employer.
it's established she's not meeting my parents. If it's gotta be rude, he's not meeting them.
Look, you dress for the job you want, and I want to be bleeding out in an alley, apparently.
Follow your dreams, kids.
You get changed. You're ready to head out.
I want to be Batman's dad.
Jesus Christ. Fucking savage.
Learn to quit. Learn to quit. Quit while you're ahead.
I want to be Batman's dad.
It doesn't take you guys too long until you arrive outside of the spa. The spa, I never said what the name was. It's called Coastal Delights. It's a franchise which is seen all across the world, different places, bringing the coast, bringing that kind of seafaring sort of fun and excitement of kind of living by the coast anywhere. It just so happens that a lot of their establishments are also located on the coast. So it's just a bit of a strange sort of workaround that they went for, but that's only due to certain circumstances. Now, when you guys arrive, you can see that the entire place is immaculate, perfectly well kept. You can even see cleaners still walking along the grounds, trying to make sure every sort of shine is shining brighter, every crumb of dirt is being wiped away, and any sort of puddles that have been left behind by the people still using these facilities mopped up and cleaned. It's definitely a tight operation than it has been before. As you kind of walk through,
I would like to,
Mhm.
if I spot something that I know will displease my parents, like that's folded in a way that they won't like or something, then I'm going to gently point it out and be like, maybe change that just a tiny bit.
Okay. You, with the kind of keen eye that you have in these sorts of establishments, you are finding little pieces that your parents would pick up on. Bits of folds, some kind of drapes, curtains they use to block some of the more private saunas, unfurled and slightly bound when they should be free flowing. You just kind of give a quick eye through and note all of these things down. Though then you notice that Sienna has a very kind of strict, keen sort of look on how this place should be kept. Very well trained. But you guys return back to your room, retrieve some of the items that you left behind, some of your gear, just kind of the knapsacks and such that you just leave behind because you don't have to carry them. And you begin to kind of put them along your back and head off. You haven't seen anyone here at the moment, but as soon as you do begin to leave, Sienna, you notice the Stone Goliath, the kind of manager of this establishment, down the hall. You can see he's just kind of pacing back and forth a little bit, looking to himself, looking at his reflection in one of the mirrors nearby, and just kind of adjusting the suit that he has on. And then he kind of sees you.
Is he wearing a different suit? Is he wearing like a fancier suit than usual?
It is, yeah. It is much more kind of ostentatious, a bit pompous. You can see that it has kind of like larger shoulder pads that kind of go out into these crescent eagles either side. Very kind of ornate sort of attire. And he kind of well presents himself.
That's the height of just French D&D outfit I've ever heard.
Yes, yes. Long coattails as well at the back. And he kind of looks over in your direction, gives you a little nod, and just continues to kind of look at himself in the mirror. Just adjusts himself. He just kind of shakes his head. And then takes a breath in. And you can see he's a little bit nervous.
So Max, considering how much he's looking in the mirror, on a scale of 1 to Frey, how does he look?
He's looking not as Frey, but he's close.
Wow, the highest compliment. Damn. Yeah, I'm just gonna walk up to him and be like, I think you can relax a bit. I mean, the place looks stellar. You look great. They're gonna be very pleased, I think.
I just haven't had your parents here in a long time. It is been several years, so it is quite an honor. But I have to make sure that everything is okay because it is a little stressful. I've heard that they've been closing up certain establishments for the lack of care and maintenance that some of the managers have been having. But I've been very confident in my staff, and hopefully they're not here to deliver bad news. They're only here to see you.
Yeah, I hope so too. That would be really, really sad. I quite enjoyed my stay here. We've had 0 complaints. It was all very pleasant.
That is lovely to hear. Thank you for the very nice compliment, Miss Yarrow. It is one of my greatest achievements, this place. I've been here since the beginning, 18 or so years ago when they first opened the place. It was, not what it is now. It was different. Sometimes it was bigger. Sometimes it was better. A lot of times it was smaller and much, much worse. But these things come and go. I think what we've made here is very impressive. So to hear a compliment like that from you is a great honor.
Well, I think you can. I really honestly think you can relax a bit because I've had a look around the place. I've corrected some small issues that I noticed, but
Really? You see, he kind of looks.
yeah, but it was just really minor details that people outside of my field of experience wouldn't have noticed, that my parents wouldn't find admirable. But as far as I've seen, and unless I missed something, it's all perfect.
You do have quite a strong eye for these things. Were you trained by your parents? Is this to like take over the
well,
business?
Not necessarily by my parents, but my birth mother used to work for them, and I essentially took over her job when
Oh.
she passed away. So I've worked for the arrows my entire life, and let me tell you, you pick up a thing or two. I've gotten quite a good eye for this sort of thing, and this place looks as good as I could have done it. Which is a huge compliment. Sorry, that sounds super arrogant.
Oh, no, it is a great honor because to me it sounds like that you and your mother's work is the foundation of what we try to strive for. So you have delivered in perfection, and this is the level of quality that we all try to reach. So no, this is thank you for sharing the story. A great honor to hear it.
Like I said, I've been enjoying my stay here. I will have to inform you that we're moving out. I again thank you for letting us stay, but we found different arrangements and we don't want to be a burden any longer.
Mhm.
So we'll be at another place.
That is understandable. You did mention you'll only be here for a few days. But thank you. Thank you for staying here. And if you want to come by ever again, you're always welcome. This is as much your place as it is anyone else's.
Sienna briefly looks like she's gonna disagree, but then she just nods along and yeah, I guess you're right. Is there any sign of her parent yet, or of Theo?
No, I've not heard of from your parents. They do not like to give us a firm time of when they arrive. I was told tomorrow in the evening, and then I had heard word that they'll be coming this evening. Perhaps they're already here. I don't really know. They have not made themselves known here, at least. But your brother,
Okay.
I would assume that he is in the reserve, no? That is where he's been staying most of the time. He came here only a couple of times when he first arrived as a place to start his learning. He was studying some sort of
He's-
mechanicry and engineering with the reserve.
Oh, he's been here longer.
For a
He didn't tell
few
me he was
months.
being restationed.
He's
That's
been
good
here
for
for a
him, I
few
guess.
months at least.
Thank you for the information. Maybe I'll visit him before the dinner then. Might not be stupid.
Okay. Well,
Thanks.
when the parents do arrive, I will be sure to send you an invite to inform you of when the dinner will be happening. And hopefully, how many guests will you be bringing again? You were unsure last time.
The way it's looking right now, we've had some issues, so I'll probably be attending alone. I'm sorry I have to make a change of plans.
I'm sorry to hear that. Not a problem. I will rearrange the table setting.
Alright, perfect. Then, once again, thank you for everything, and we'll be off.
Thank you. Speak to you soon. The two of you head back. Well, you leave the establishment if you ever go elsewhere.
Do I know from like the trips we've taken through the city where the reserve is located in Alexia?
Yeah, it's not too far from this actual kind of spa area. It's kind of just down the road. A lot of these kind of key places that try and advertise themselves as goods or places to kind of spread work or pleasure, they try to find themselves in the very heart of the city. This is one of them. You have the reserve as well, that is kind of within that nestled area. So it's not too far, maybe about a 3-minute walk away.
Then she's just gonna turn to Thordane. Do you mind if we make another stop?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no problem. Above table, is there anybody else you want to say, you did a good job, except this, and this? Just... tear them to shreds.
That's not what I said to him. I just said to him, I prevented you from getting your ass kicked.
It's definitely what he heard.
I didn't want to say it like that, though. Okay. I mean, no, I did want to say it like that, but Sienna didn't.
Mhm.
Oh, well.
Okay, you begin to head to the
Yeah,
reserve.
okay, then we're heading. Yeah.
All right. It doesn't take you too long, 3 or so minutes as you weave through the busy streets. But you eventually find, surrounded in kind of a space where there are lots of similar garages to what you'd seen in the Swift Drifters sort of setup when you collected the bikes from Tal. Here you see that there is kind of these larger buildings, some taller, some smaller, all with shutters. You can see that there is like a garden area in the very center that has been pruned and very well kept, with the statue in the center that rises upwards. You can see the statue is of like a slender feminine woman who kind of has a mask by her face and just kind of covers most of her features. And kind of around that, you see there is a walkway, a path that kind of circles around. And in front, at the end of this kind of path, there is just a large, very kind of oxidized copper-looking building. Very much representative of like a bank or a place of importance in kind of like an old ancient city. Large columns rising upwards, staircase, or very long and perfectly made, rising up to the main double doors in the very front. You can see people walk in and up, down, and kind of chatting around in different places. And you see engineering work around each one of these garages. Can the two of you just roll a perception check, please?
But of course.
21.
Okay.
15.
With 21, Thordain, you're noticing that there are different sorts of equipment that are being made. You can see that there are these exoskeletons here, the same that the humans walk around to be the same stature and fend off against the giants. You see that one of them is actually being tested out at the moment. You see at the back of it, there is this blue hue of a light that shines from a canister, and this kind of almost goblin-looking fellow. You can only see him from the kind of pointed fey ears and smaller stature. Seems to be held in the center of this kind of large frame, and is kind of pulling these levers to the side, lifting that leg, and you see this exoskeleton moves in the same kind of movement. Opposite him, you see there is a fire giant who just kind of sits there, looks over, just kind of shouts, "Are you ready?" You just see the exoskeleton move over and create a thumbs up. You see the fire giant then stands up, rubs his hands together. "Okay, let's see what you have," and just prepares a sort of wrestling stance. You watch as the exoskeleton goblin runs over and with haste grabs him and interlocks his hands, and you can hear the whirring of like hydraulic sounds, as well as that canister at the back glowing a brighter blue color, with every kind of shift and movement, like tendons being pulled. You watch as the fire giant is kind of struggling to almost fight back, as at one point the goblin kicks out the foot underneath the giant and pushes him onto the ground, and you just hear this heavy thud as the giant lands on his back, with the exoskeleton almost holding him down and pinning him down.
Back him up! Back him up! Get off me!
You just hear the fire giant surrender as this small goblin just kind of pulls off some of the equipment attached to him and just kind of waves and gives a thumbs up. Seems to be working all correct. You just hear that from the side. These exoskeletons seem to be quite potent. Outside of that, you also notice that outside of physical alterations, there is almost like large arms being created for people like amputees who have limbs missing, legs being replaced, parts of their face having almost augmentations set into them. You're also seeing these kind of cylindrical devices almost attached to the head of certain people. And you see that there seems to be a test going on where one person is trying to kind of figure out an equation on a large blackboard, but is kind of struggling at the time, grabs the helmet to his side, places it on, and you see they kind of dial in something at the top and put some sort of potion down it. You just see this liquid begin to pour down, fill the surroundings of the kind of tubing around this helmet, and you watch as their eyes grow brighter, and they're going to begin to solve the kind of equation that was there in very rapid and quick succession. And he kind of underlines it twice at the end, and then pulls the helmet off. It worked. You just see this kind of display of augmentation just being shown around here. For Sienna, you see a few of the same bits here and there, but your eyes focus on one place in particular. You see this kite, kind of like a parasail, that is laying dormant onto the ground at the moment. You can see that it's large enough, it's probably about 10 foot long and about 5 foot wide, made of like a very thick fabric. And you can see there's almost like iron string that's connecting those to some sort of handle or device. You can see there seems to be some sort of board at the bottom as well. Not manned, no one seems to be on it, but you can see that there is kind of devices set into the actual fabric. On closer inspection, you can see some things that remind you of the kind of the parasailing, the sand sailing that was done in the Howling Breeze. Some of the past time where people would use the dunes, the sand, and the winds that would blow through from the Howling Mountains to basically take off and fly and kind of surf the sand back and forth. And this was kind of the pastime that was there. Here you can see this is almost like a beefed up version of. You're seeing almost like propulsion systems embedded in the very top of the sail. The fabric itself seems tenser. You can see everything seems to be adjusted for the height of someone smaller in stature as well. As you begin to see all of this, you can hear just some work, some tinkering inside that garage where it's left outside. And as you kind of peer through, you can see the kind of stout, shorter figure of someone very reminiscent. Keeping to themselves, you see sparks every so often, kind of illuminating their face. Hair slightly scraggled to the side, not very well kept, as he's just kind of like tinkering away. Every so often, sparks just flying.
She contemplates waiting for a few seconds, but then she just gives a little cough. Hello.
Sorry, I'm busy at the moment.
Yeah, it's really rude to not inform your family that you're moving to a different continent.
You see they kind of look over to you. Ah, Sienna, what are you doing here?
Well, to be fair, I did the same thing. I also didn't tell anyone. Well, I technically told Antonio. But, again, well, I might not be permanently here, so you got stationed here? I thought you were still in Duskwind. Hi, give me a hug.
You see he seems quite shell-shocked seeing you here. Seems a little bit speechless. He was always quite shy to some regard. Is Antonia here?
No, don't worry. Antonia's still over in Carl's area. She is not in trust for that at the moment, though. She's on a mission, sort of. Something in the Howling Mountains. Not important. She's
The
not here.
gnome takes off his kind of little visor he had on, puts it away, stands up, looks up towards you. Well, I guess I could give you a hug.
And she just bear hugs him, probably lifting him off the ground.
I forgot how strong you were. Oh, please, I'm brittle.
And I'm not stronger. Sorry. And she puts him down gently.
Well, what are you doing here? It's good to see you, but I thought you were doing Moradin stuff.
Yeah, I sort of got fired. It wasn't a big thing. I just wasn't the right job for me, I'd say. And then I've been traveling, and then I met someone, and then we've been traveling together, and then I met
You're
more
not
people.
married, are you?
And no, no, no. Mercy's still the only one going down that route. I'm just traveling with a very, very dear friend.
I think more of an adoption, really.
Okay.
Wait, did you say that out loud? Because you're there.
Under his breath, but yeah, that was verbalized.
He kind of, you see, he's kind of like his cheeks are quite red. He was not prepared for this. I'm a little bit speechless. You know, I didn't realize that you'll be here. Sorry. It's been a while since I've seen you. I didn't say anything where I was going. I had this opportunity here, and I thought I'd just take it. I just didn't write a letter. I'm sorry.
Nah, it's fine. Honestly, even if you had written a letter, it probably wouldn't have reached me. Like I said, I've been traveling the last few months. So I can't really blame you. And this looks great. You look really happy.
Well, this is only really temporarily my plan. I wanted to create a device that was something that resembled home. I was getting a little bit homesick, so I wanted to make something that reminded me of when we used to go out. Even though I was, I didn't like going out because, but I like spending time with you, and Antonia not so much.
Yeah, she can be a bit of a meanie. On that topic, this is Thadane. A friend I met recently.
More
I
people.
sort of work for him now, but primarily he's a friend. Don't worry, he's also not the most people person, so...
On the topic of somebody being mean, this is Fodane.
Yeah, that was intentional, 100%.
And not a people person. That's my whole job, is being a people person. Okay then. Hi, I'm Fodane. I'm your sister's new employer.
Oh, hi. I'm Theo. Your employer? So you're working then?
Yes.
Okay. Fodane, do you have your firearm with you?
Yeah, I would have brought that.
Okay. You see he kind of asked that question, but he's looking at your gun. And you see his eyes are slightly wider. What's
Is
that?
I was going to ask, is it fair or is it like he wants to tinker?
You see that his eyes are brighter because there is a curiosity inside of him. Their friend.
It's a voltaic pistol. I got it when I graduated from school. Do you want to have a look at it?
I'd love to.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna make sure the safety's on and
You hand him the weapon. You put the safety on. You hear he unclicks it, turns the safety on. Oh, wow! I've made a couple of these before. They're very interesting. There's a bit of a law at the moment. Some people don't like these weapons being made. He's a little bit of an asshole. Tinkerer himself. Thinks he's a bit of a hidey-tidy of firearms. So, could you have one? I won't say if I have any myself, but I dabble.
Mm-hmm.
I will say this is quite a basic firearm.
Oh yeah, no, it was more of a have it to hope to not need it thing. I do quite like it and would like to upgrade one day, but it's not been in the cards so far.
Oh well, I well, don't talk too soon. I can I might be able to do something for you.
Actually, you know what? When it's a better time, I'm gonna hand him like a card for the business because we've established that I've got some. I came across a different kind of firearm recently. I don't have it on me. It was with the, if you've heard about the business with the barracks earlier today. They were using some, well, guns that I've never quite seen before. Seemed to fire a beam and then it would like turn the whatever it hit to dust. Just I like your opinion. Sorry, I'm a detective by trade, and I think it'd be interesting to get a you an engineer or a gunsmith specifically, or is you like?
I do everything.
I'd love to hear your take on some of that. And also, it'd be nice to have someone to discuss guns with, even if an update's not upgrades not on the table. Well, don't worry, not going to ask for one off the bat, but just be nice to talk to someone who knows how they work. Most people favor swords or just magic these days.
Well, do you now I could give you a bit of my thoughts and theories, but have you perhaps got one of these things?
Yeah, I don't know if Ven's got that, so no. See, I was at the scene when it happened, and I handed one to thought was a guard, and it turns out someone dressed as a guard.
Fascinating.
I should be able to. In fact, can I try minor illusion? What the gun looked like as close to as I remember it.
Sure, yeah, you can roll a history check to see how well you can recall some of the details.
Not very well.
I do want to say that Sienna's just standing next to this conversation, grinning, very, very happy that two parts of her life are just getting along. She's just, yeah.
You try, but you don't think you can make enough justice for what you're kind of thinking here.
Yeah, to be fair, I had an episode at the moment I was holding it, so
you were in the middle of a breakdown, so
yeah. Sadly, I can't remember it that well. The effects I can remember quite well, but we can talk about that some other time. But yeah, so I don't think I caught your name.
Theo.
Theo. It's nice to meet you, Theo. But yeah, it'd be nice to have a chat sometime.
Oh, yeah, certainly. I'd love to. But yeah, we could discuss this over dinner or something. Sienna, I don't know if you know this, but I think our parents are coming.
Yeah, I was informed. Yes.
Okay. Do you know what they're coming for?
Well, I and a couple of my compatriots, we stayed at the spa for a while, the one here in Alexia, and well, since we didn't really have the money to pay, I sort of mentioned that I am a Yarrow family member, and they let us stay for free. But obviously, they checked the story with our parents, so I think they might be coming to check up on that. Sorry.
Okay, no, it's okay. I didn't tell them either. I was here. I told the spa. I said, don't say that I'm here because last time I spoke with them, they were a little bit over the top, a little judgmental.
Wait. What do you mean? What did they say?
Fode just nodding in solidarity at that point, just there, like, yep, that sounds about right.
I kind of said that I don't want to be a part of the family anymore. And they didn't take it too lightly. And that's why I haven't really been using my last name recently.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
the reason for it is a little bit personal. I don't really want to spread gossip or anything. So if you want to talk about it, we can talk about it in private. And no offense to you, Thodane.
No, I understand it's a family matter. Yeah, actually, if you guys want to discuss that now, Sienna, I can just go ahead and like. Do you have anything like a stamp or a badge you can use to say, "Hi, I'm here. I know you. I'm here to take their stuff to where they're staying."
Well, wait, Max, didn't we already grab our stuff?
You've got the stuff from
Oh,
the spot.
okay.
Yeah, we
Right.
grabbed the stuff and then we left and then we had the conversation and yeah, so we have
Cool.
our stuff currently.
Cool. Yeah, I can just take this back if you want to have a discussion with you. I'm gonna say brother, regardless of what you do with the family name. But yeah, Theo, it was nice to meet you. If you ever want to have a chat, swing by the office. And yeah, it'd be nice to have a master engineer that I can trust the opinion of.
He's such a charmer. Then I'll come by sometime, and we can discuss.
Sounds good, mate. Yeah, just put that on top of there, and I can't see where I'm going. Yeah, let's go.
Don't worry, I can take some of it. Like,
yeah, I mean, you're going
you don't
straight.
have to take mine and phone stuff.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna be there, and we're gonna be setting stuff up. I might as well. Yes,
Okay.
Don't
As
worry
long as you
about
don't
it.
fall over.
No, I'm sturdier than a look.
Alright,
Claudine,
then.
you begin
See you
to
back in the office.
head off. Sienna, you see Theo just kind of pull you aside further into the garage. Sorry, I didn't want to push away your boss. I feel like that's a bit insensitive.
Well, he's more of a. He's not really our boss. Like he's technically in charge of us, but.
Pay your fucking
wouldn't
wages.
really call
Pay
him
your
my
fucking
boss.
wages.
I haven't seen any of that money yet.
It's been a day.
I know. Oh boy. Anyway, yeah. So, you wanted out of the family. That's is that like a recent thing, or have you been thinking of that longer time? Or I must say I didn't quite see this coming.
I've been thinking about it for quite a while. They're not right. Sienna, there's something not right with them. I don't know. When we were all growing up, and it just didn't ever feel right. I didn't want to go out and do things with them because it just never felt real. I love all of you. I love even the others, but there was never anything right with how they went through things. It was always, I don't know, maybe it's just the way they are, but not to say that I'm not grateful for what they gave us. I just think, I'll rephrase that. I'm not grateful for what they gave me. I'm certainly unhappy with the way that they treated you. It wasn't right. They gave you the name, they said you were like family, but they still treated you like a slave, like you were just.
That's a bit too much to say. You're using big words here. I mean, I get that you're like they weren't the best of parents, but I think you're going a bit far, aren't you? Like,
It's been on my mind a lot because when I left home, I could see what families were actually like, and they loved each other, and they went out, they had meals, they spoke. I don't remember a conversation I ever had with any of them that wasn't about my profession. It was all very sterile, very technical in a way that there was no real love. And I feel that now that I have had some time to reflect on it, that I just think that it wasn't right, and I'm not happy to have the Yarrow name. And if you are, I'm not saying to convert, to change. I'm not trying to change anything. But I just don't think they did the right things. They weren't suitable parents for us. They're the ones we got,
It's
but
interesting.
they didn't know how to treat us.
Yeah, that's undoubtedly true. I mean, they didn't have parents, and they were literally winging it. Yeah, that's all true. I can't really argue with any of that. Did you make it official, or like did you change your name?
Well, no, I didn't really want to make it too. I just wanted it to be done with. I haven't done anything official yet. I've just not been using any of their resources or anything. I try to carry myself on my own. But yeah, with this dinner coming up, I thought of making it official then. But I didn't. Now it's going to be very awkward. I didn't know you were here.
Well, you can absolutely still go through with it. I'll back you, definitely. I mean, it's your life. It's not theirs anymore.
I made things awkward, like I always do.
I'm not sure with our family could talk about it and not make things awkward.
Well, there was that one time. But yeah, I guess you're right. Things are super awkward.
Quite a bit, aren't they?
Like always.
Yeah. Oh, but like I had plans to take all my compatriots along to the dinner, and now knowing that, I'm like, as much as horrible stuff has happened these last 2 days, I'm kind of glad that it's given me a really good excuse to not bring them to meet them. That would have been a mess.
I think we might need that mess.
I mean, I can still invite Thane along at least. Having my boss there might be entertaining to watch.
Why is everything so fucked?
I mean, well, blame our parents. You know what's really funny about this? Antonia had a really similar chat with me when I left Kazaria. Like, I visited her in Trasula because we took an airship from Trasula, and she literally also sat me down, similarly to this, and was like, "Do you ever think about how our parents could have done better?" It's weird.
Really?
It's kind of funny. Yeah.
Antonia, really?
Yeah.
She's
I was
as
shocked,
cold-hearted
really.
as any of them come. What are you talking about?
It's honestly shocking. I was dumbfounded. I sat there and was like, are you still the same person? Are you a shapeshifter? But no, she was deeply serious. It was very entertaining to watch in a way.
I'll need to see this sometime. A soft Antonia? Never. I don't believe you.
Nah. I mean, I don't have proof. Well, no, wait, I do have proof. And she sort of presents a sword, and it's like, she blessed it. She gave me a gift without asking anything in return. She was just like, here, take a blessing.
Oh, well, I can't have her just give you gifts, and I can't give you anything back. You see, he begins to look around the shop. What can I give you, Sienna?
No, that's not what I meant. That's not
No,
what I meant.
I need to
Stop.
prove I'm the better sibling. You see, he begins to kind of look
Oh, you're
around.
easily the better sibling. Don't worry.
Oh, I know, but I need everyone else to know. Can't just have you walking around saying that you've got this from Antonia and you haven't got anything from me. I've been making all sorts of weird shit. Let me come by a little bit later, and I'll bring you something. Are you staying with your boss?
Yeah, as weird as it sounds, I am staying with my boss.
Is this a consensual thing?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
he has a storage unit that's connected to his office, and his employers, so the boss's boss, they've offered it to us. So yes, it's a consensual thing.
You're sleeping in a dusty, dirty storage unit.
Nah, no, we cleaned it. Well, we're currently in the process of cleaning it.
Does
So
it have
will be perfectly
windows?
fine. Max, does it have windows?
No.
Ah.
We can
No,
add
no,
windows.
it has good ventilation.
Oh, Sienna, what are you doing? Oh,
Ooh, you're gonna like this. I traveled with the circus for at least a week, and it was very, very interesting.
okay. Did you like dance, sing? I know you can't do either,
Oh
but
no! I didn't perform. I just helped out by cooking and stuff. I didn't
Oh.
perform with them, thank God. I think that would have been an embarrassment for all of us.
yeah.
Yeah, I just some of my friends did though, and it was beautiful. So
Okay.
maybe I should have.
Huh. And how many friends have you made? Sounds like there's quite a few of you.
Yes, I've made 4 friends.
Oh, that's a lot of people.
Yes, and well, you've already met one of them, so you only need to meet 2 more new people.
Wait,
So
your friend
3,
is your
1,
boss.
2 more. Yeah.
And that sounds like there's a conflict of interest there. That seems a little
Well,
weird.
he was my friend first, and then he offered to officially take us unemployed, so we would have a source of income, I think, or something.
This definitely sounds like everything is legal. I won't ask any questions.
Everything is legal. We signed the contracts. I even signed it under my legal name, unlike some others. So.
Now, how he kind of looks around for a second. How legal are things nowadays? I know you were doing like the whole Moradin thing for a little bit, and being a guard, and now you're working with a detective. How
Yes.
are you keeping on the straight and narrow, or are you dipping down under a little bit?
Now I'm mostly keeping on the straight and narrow. Like there's some dips every now and again due to some stuff that's going on, but mostly we're doing pretty good.
Okay. Do you want to see something that I've made?
Yes.
It's certainly not legal.
You need to show me, please.
Okay. You see, he kind of turns around in the workshop, goes to one of the back walls. Well, these are. I have some of my secret stash. And you see, he presses in a bit of the stonework, and it just kind of pushes in. He pulls it to the side. Seems to be some sort of handle, and pulls it back to himself, and there's a secret entrance. And you can see inside is like a little locker, little storage room, with different things hanging from different shelves and bits of chain. This is my secret stash of, well, if people try to fuck with me, I fuck with them back. Kind of walks in.
It's great.
I could give you one of these, but I think that might. Are you still hitting people, punching people? What
Oh
are you
yeah,
doing nowadays?
yeah. Well, I must use my sword nowadays, but I am known to punch a person or two.
Okay, well, you might like this then. And he goes in, and you just see all of these strange mechanical devices that have been made and placed in different areas. Some resemble gloves, others resemble like medieval helmets and such. Some shield, bits of weaponry, some just exhaust systems that seem very strange and quirky. Some kind of vibrate and hum, some have a glow to them. Oh, well, this. And he pulls down a glove. This thing. It's made from my hand, but I can make some modifications. I call this pain, because it's got pain written on the knuckles. This thing, well, this thing is quite a potent. If someone tries to fuck with you, you just give them a little flick, and they, well, let's say their clothes don't stay on their body wherever they end up.
That's evil. I love it.
Well, it can
But
be
I'm really
yours.
willing to part with it. It sounds really
Yes.
entertaining.
Well, I'm getting an inspection in the next few days, and I need to make sure that some of this shit isn't here.
Ah, ulterior motives. I like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Well, you can. I'll do some modifications, and I'll give it to you later if you like.
Yeah, that sounds great. And Dane's gonna be really happy if you actually come and visit. I haven't seen it I haven't seen him do it a lot, but I think he likes to talk like the deeper parts of his weapons and stuff, and none of us can do that.
Oh well. I'm always happy to lend a helpful eye or some keen hands here. If you ever find anything that's strange or quirky, I'll definitely have a look into it. But yeah, there's one other thing that I wanted to show you. It's a little a little dangerous. He walks over to this small chest, opens it up, and you just see it glow this kind of white and almost liquid light that kind of shifts back and forth. As he opens it, you can see that inside there is this kind of sack, this loose sack of some sort of liquid on the inside. As he holds it, he just kind of like falling like jelly in between his hands. This is, well, it's not the whole thing, but it goes in other things. And it's quite dangerous. Let's just say that. And if anything goes in contact with it, they'll just fade away.
Right, and show me you're being extremely careful with it, okay?
Well, of course, it's not
We
just my
don't
own
want any-
design. I made it with another, but yeah, this thing, it can devour anything, pretty much. Any sort of materials can just poof, disappear.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Right, that sounds incredibly dangerous. Please
Oh.
be careful with it.
And like they said it as it is now, it's fine. It's only when it's paired with something else. But don't worry, I just want to show it off to you.
Okay, color me impressed. And scared.
Yeah, well, it's definitely scary. And he closes the lid. Don't want to lose this. Well, you can see I've got other things here, but I don't want to bore you with my silly, quirky things. You said you ran into a bit of trouble.
Yeah, we were involved in the whole business with the barracks, and then there was some other more personal stuff, and it's not my secrets to share, so if you befriend the others, you can ask them their secrets themselves.
No, thank you. I don't want to. I don't want to be making friends. I don't like people.
Well, unfortunately for you, there is one person in that room that I just need you to be friends with, because she is extremely important to me, and I really wanted to meet her.
Okay. This is the person you know you've been with for a while.
Yes. Her
Okay.
name's Thorn.
Thorn. That's a very scary name.
Well, she is a scary person. But she's honestly just a sweetheart on the inside, so like lots of thorns on the outside, but once you get past them.
Okay. Does she bite?
Oh yeah, she does.
Okay, well, I'm not a fan of that, so I'll be sure to wear my my protective shield with me, just in case.
Well, she won't bite you since she knows your family. If you were still
Well, you said you wanted out of the family. Does that include?
I'm disowning the parents, Sienna. I'm not disowning you. I still love you. You're like my sister. You are my sister.
Okay, that's very reassuring because the second you said that, I was like, oh, okay, then. But okay,
I'm not very good at
Still-
the whole emotion thing.
I really don't think any of us are. We'll make do. We'll make do.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, okay, then what if I come this evening? Check out your place?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
the manager of the spa did say that our parents might be arriving tonight already. So you could come after the dinner to, recover.
Oh, that might be very necessary.
Yeah.
Depending how long the dinner might be. It might be an hour. It might be 2 seconds.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, let us else be surprised.
Okay, well I'll make the modifications here, Sienna. But honestly, really nice to see you again. I was getting a bit
Yeah, it
homesick,
was.
so oh,
Yeah,
come
no,
here.
that
And he's gonna
feeling.
like walk over and like give you a
Aw.
hug.
Yes, 2 hugs. Let's go.
All right, get out of here. Get out of here. You're making me.
All
You're making me
right. I'll
feel
leave you to your work. Bye.
See you later. You just begin to hear as he begins to modify the glove that he had into something else. Something a bit bigger, something more usable for yourself. But you begin to head back. As you.
I just want to say that I have 6 unread messages from Robbie and Cassie. I'm scared to click on those one.
Okay. Do you head back to the place?
Yeah.
Okay. You head back, and you all reunite once again. But before then, is there anything that Fennel, Ven, and Thorn want to do while you're here alone for the next couple of hours?
Yeah. Yes.
Also, Cassie, you're very quiet.
Am I? Fuck. Can you
Yep.
hear me now?
Yep,
Okay, great.
it's better.
Good. Okay, good. Yeah, Thorn wants to do something.
Okay, do something.
Shit, don't put me on
Do
the
it.
spot.
Just as the Macarena. That's it.
No. Thorn's gonna try and she's gonna try and catch Ven alone while they're passing by, and just say like, hey, she looks very awkward, does not know what to say. She has the aura of a wet cat, honestly. Just very like pathetic looking. And,
Obligatory. What else is new?
What the fuck, Max? Okay.
Oh, Max.
That's fucking disgusting. I hate you.
Oh, Max.
Okay,
No.
You're making this so much harder.
I d-
Okay. So Thorn's just gonna say like, I didn't mean to say what I said back there. It's not it oh fuck. I'm bad at this.
It's
I didn't
okay.
mean to. I'm sorry about what I said.
It's alright. I know you were trying to help, I think. And that you were upset too.
Yeah, I'm just really, really not good at this.
It's okay. I'm not good at math. We're all not good at something. What I mean is, I appreciate you apologizing.
Are we good now?
Yeah, of course. I wasn't really upset with you, to be honest. I was just a little overwhelmed.
Yeah, today she like sighs and just like 1,000-yard stare. Yeah, today's been
Sucky?
a day. Huh. Yeah.
Would you like a hug?
Yeah. She sort of tears up and hugs him.
Oh, he's gonna hug her back and kind of pat her back. You know, try to comfort her. Would you like a strawberry cake?
Yeah, I'd like that.
Okay. I'll be getting to that. I want to make something for Fennel too.
Thanks for carrying me too. It helped.
No problem. I don't think I'll be able to do that in the next 2 weeks though. So reserve it for later. But really, it was no issue.
Lauren's just quiet, hugging, and then suddenly like lets go, and she's like, "Okay, yeah, I need to. This is awkward now. Bye." And then she walks away.
He's gonna kind of laugh to himself a little bit. But yeah, he's gonna put up his hair, kind of like how his mom used to put up hers. You know, bun and then a little braid going around it. And he's gonna go to the kitchen to try to make some kind of seafood lunch. I feel like he would know this Max because of his uncle.
Yeah.
Question mark.
Hmm.
Something that he thinks Fennel would like, and then like a dessert, strawberry dessert for Thorn.
Hmm.
Maybe
As
ask-
part of the kind of care package that Samara had got all of you, there was some fish food in there because she doesn't know what Fennel has, so she just got some fish.
Is it,
Um,
I was gonna ask if it was like actual like fish food you put in a tank, because I think
Fuck
that would
you.
be funny.
That's disgusting.
Oh
That's
god.
disgusting.
Oh God,
That was so
no!
quick. Oh my god.
That's disgusting. Cassie, you get one of these.
What? No. What?
We need to make like
I got
like
you,
yellow
Fred.
card, red
Thanks,
card.
Crave.
Oh,
What the fuck?
Okay, can we just be
That's
honest
bullshit.
and
That is such bullshit.
if we're keeping a tally of these, we can't include the love you phrase because Max is incredibly biased.
Yeah. What the fuck?
they have
I
their
wasn't
own
saying it's funny.
category. We're
Yeah.
just counting how many
Yeah.
times Max has said it.
Guys,
Yeah, but
Frey and
but
I
the-
spoke on via message the other day, and it was the same energy.
We don't need to. We don't need to know. We don't need to
Like,
know.
okay,
We
look,
don't need to know.
whatever you guys do and send to each other in the privacy of your own messages, it stays there. Largely because we get banned from Twitch if you shared it.
Oh
Yeah,
my
we can't
God.
share everything we message to each other.
Oh, totally.
It's just dick pics. Just back and forth.
Oh, you sweet summer child. That's the tame stuff.
Right, I think we were here to play D&D.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's like
Dungeons
a
and
I feel
Dips.
like we're getting off track. No.
Thank you, Leonie.
Then
Us
you begin to prepare a nice kind of lunch dinner, kind of going into the late hours of lunchtime. But you guys have been up quite early, so your kind of body clocks are a bit out of sync at the moment. You begin to prepare, cut up some fresh vegetables, as well as begin to dissect some of the nicely kind of freshly made, freshly picked fish that was from the market this morning. All of you can just smell the kind of fragrance from the kitchen because there is no door. The kitchen is connected to the living room. The living room is your meeting area. It's a tiny space. So all of you just begin to smell this fragrant fish smell in the air. Frey, Fennel, you are enamored. It smells really,
So
really nice.
it now smells of water,
Seafood.
seawater, and a fish.
Exactly.
Okay, nicely cooked fish,
Fennel.
not like fucking from the port fish.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a word with Fennel about that. I get you miss home, but you need to ask before you change everything to this extent. It's a shared
Hey,
space.
you make it
It's
sound
a
like
shared office.
you make it sound like Fennell's doing all of this.
Look, somebody microwaved fish, and I don't want to point fingers, okay?
Microwave! How dare you insult Ben's cooking skills like that? How dare you? He would never. He's not like one of those people who microwave tea
Look-
water like fucking
Look,
psychos.
until I see a cooking roll, I'm assuming it's microwaved.
How dare you?
Well, the burn. Well, luckily Thodane's not there yet to be able to critique the smell. Because by the time Thodane arrives, you struggle enough with the bags that you have that Sienna actually arrives at the same time as you. You on the travel here, you kind of dropped him occasionally. Oh fuck! You had to pick it back up.
I couldn't see over it. I took a wrong turn. Okay, I got there eventually.
So all of you begin to reunite at the exact same time, and as you enter the door, Sienna and Thodane, with your newly acquired equipment that you had picked up from the spa, you leave it all in the storage unit and enter the main building to where you can see a dinner is being prepared and is being now served. You can see that even though there is no real dining table, there's a small coffee table next to kind of like the lounge area. You can see that a setup has been made there to kind of use that as some sort of table. Everyone's going to have to kind of sit on the floor. Very kind of mukbang sort of feels here. As mukbang, not the other thing, Robbie. Jesus Christ.
If we're talking about mukbang videos, I fucking hate those. So
Okay.
I'm shaking my head to those.
I
What you're
would
talking
say
about the videos.
Fodane is definitely a type who has one of those. Have you seen one of those like cushioned trays that you
Yes.
put on your lap? He definitely has some of those. So, but
Alright.
it's called being, having shit in order and not being a fucking animal. Not everyone can afford a table, Cathy.
Whoa.
Well,
It's-
what's wrong with being an animal, huh? Fuck you.
Oh my god, this is gonna
No,
go nowhere.
You have problems of turning into an animal. You specifically.
You know what? You got me there.
But as soon as Sienna and Thadane, the two of you walk in, you can smell that kind of strong scent of fish just permeate the entire room as everyone's beginning to sit down to have a meal.
Right, yeah, come get your shit. I'm just gonna put it next to the door.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
No problem. Definitely didn't get lost. Definitely. Who's got the very large box? Because it. Never mind.
It's not a body. She takes the box.
I mean, if it is a body, you've done some remarkable work of folding it there. So, but also don't admit to that if it is.
Maybe not before we eat, guys, and Ben's just
I
gonna
said
take
it
his
wasn't
things.
a body. It's not a body. It's not a body.
The more you say it, Ben's just gonna walk away.
I'm gonna need you to open the box now. At this point, I'm too curious.
She hisses. She's like full on predator mode. Like, don't touch this fucking box.
Fennell's just helping himself to food.
Where the fuck are we taking these things, by the way? Because there's one room, so...
The store.
I already
The
there's the
place we-
coffee table.
I mean, we can put these in the. I've got the storage room until we've actually got the place fully set up.
To be honest,
Yeah.
what does Ben have? A bag? That's it.
His quarterstaff.
Yeah, he left that at the Dane's
Yeah, actually,
place.
actually, it's not even a bag. It's a quarterstaff with one of those like hobo knapsacks. Just
Yeah.
No! Yes, fucking fashion sense. Jesus, guys.
it's a fancy hobo knapsack then. You know, it's silk.
It's made with Gucci.
Shut up, guys. He's not rich. I just said he
That's
has a
what made him a hobo. The fucking cost of that bag.
Gucci hobo.
Oh, so you're saying that you've never seen a hobo with a top hat? You're saying that's not fancy? Yeah, that's just discrimination. That is.
Fuck's sake.
Okay, we gotta stop.
Somebody pull up the fuck you
What is
Jack
this
card, please.
conversation?
You all sit down to enjoy a nice meal together. You can see Samara sat with you. She just kind of looks around. I'm not really hungry, but I'll just sit here. As you also have Snowbear there.
I don't really eat, but I'm just gonna sit here.
The two of them just kind of there in the same room with the rest of you as you all begin to eat a nicely cooked meal by Ben. Is there anything else you'd like to do in that moment? If not, we can move on to the later part of the afternoon and whether you guys are just going to have a long rest for the evening. I don't really know what the plans are.
Yeah, I've been down a number of spell slots for a month in real life now. I would quite like a long rest.
Ben's like falling asleep at the table, bro. He ran 2 marathons, been up since 3 a.m., emotional breakdown, cooked lunch. He's like actively falling asleep.
And by the way, Max, I just think you're all right. I don't want to get between you and Frey. Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
Oh, hold on, wait.
No, that's love. If you want to include me on some of the kinky stuff, I'm down.
All right.
Okay.
All
no,
right.
we're playing D&D Dungeons
Read the fucking card. Read the fucking card.
No.
Yes, I win. I win.
People, stop.
Fucking out.
Okay.
Before anyone goes to bed, Sienna will make sure that the storage unit is at least like not completely dirty, and she'll probably set up like the bed rolls that people have to travel on the road, so that we have something to sleep on. And then she's okay with everybody falling asleep at the table because she can take care of that.
Okay. Perfect.
Sienna, did you end up having that dinner with your parents?
Oh no, they haven't made themselves known yet. They are probably not in the city quite yet. I'll receive a note when they get here.
Oh, okay. Is anyone going with you, or are you going by yourself in the end?
I mean, depends really. If we think the situation is relaxed enough, then technically it's just from here to the spa and back, so we could all go. I could just bring Thadane if we're still feeling, well, unsafe, which is completely reasonable. We'll have to see.
I think play it by ear. We're going to have to do some digging into things regardless. If we can find any evidence that they've moved on, then safe for everyone to go out. In the meantime,
Well,
disguises can work. I don't think wearing disguises to meet your family is the best idea, though.
Caspian did say that with him removing that spell, they might think we have a powerful ally with us and that they'll back off for a little bit. So maybe we should be fine for this evening.
I think we'd want to verify that to a point first. Like, just be like us having a potentially powerful ally. It might make them back off. It might make them want to be especially cautious and stay. We don't know enough. I think we should do a bit of fact finding at least tomorrow. See if we can get a lay of the land, and then make a decision from there.
Okay. Do you think that's what's right?
I'm throwing it out there. If anyone has an objection to that, please do.
Well,
Well,
how
I
do
just don't
you
know if Sienna should go alone.
how do you want us to do research from in here?
Well, again, I can go. I've got some contacts in the city I can lean on, and well, whenever anyone's looking for someone, it sends ripples out. If certain people are hearing that someone's looking for someone of Ven's description or Fawn's description, then if I don't hear anything of that from some of the people I'm thinking of, we should be good. If I hear anything, certain buzzwords, then it's a case of, disguises are a must.
I mean, I can disguise easily. That's not a problem.
Sure, I get that, but this person seems quite invested in you. I just think we should be safe.
Well, if he's the one encountering me, he will know it's me, whether I have a disguise or not.
That's not. Is that a point for staying put or going out?
Well, I'm saying other people might not know, but if it's him, then doesn't really matter if I have a disguise or not.
Okay. Is he the type to do his own dirty work?
Well, considering he was outside screaming earlier.
Yeah, that was immediately after the fact. After he's calmed down a bit, is he the type to do his own dirty work?
And also, he tried to hire. They both tried to hire somebody to kidnap us. So, I'd say it's unlikely. Both of them
Well,
have their hands dirty.
Max,
Mhm.
considering what he did to Van, can I assume that he does do things by himself?
Yeah, he doesn't seem to. You've gotten the impression from it that he is way too much of a schizophrenic to be entrusting anything to anyone.
He doesn't really trust others with important things. Well, things he deems important. I think he's the type of person that thinks that if something is to get done, it's best to do it yourself.
Right, okay. So I'm going to ask this once, and I'd appreciate a straight answer. How well do you know him? Because that would have been good to know when I was brainstorming a profile. I don't need details, but I need to avoid this guy. We need information, and not telling us puts us all at risk.
We used to be friends for quite a while. For a year.
Okay. I'm going to guess that I've got observant. I don't need to do an insight check to know Ven is not comfortable with this topic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he immediately sinks into
Walls.
himself.
Walls
Cool.
put up.
Right. Then, Rav, if you don't want to share the full story, after we've eaten, I just want you to add to the profile what you think is important that we need to know about, not what he's done, how he thinks. You don't need to explain anything. It just, as long as we have the information we need to stay safe collectively, that's it. If you want to share more, you share more when you're ready. But we do need this information. Just, again, bullet point the information. And from there, we'll be able to come up with more of a plan. If you think that he's the type who isn't going to trust anyone to go out and find the information for him, then avoiding one person's easier than avoiding a network. So, on the F front, can I call him Fucker? Would you like me to call him Fucker? Just never treat his name with respect.
If you wish to do so, that's fine.
Okay, I'm gonna call him the Fucker then. So to avoid the Fucker, the best way to go about this is if he doesn't trust people, we can go out, but it's just it's one person at any given time is looking around, scanning the environment for, well, him. As for C, again, from what you know, is he in a similar boat? He'd be looking for you himself, or would he be looking to have people do it for him?
Thorn also immediately starts putting walls up.
Again, if there's anything you know, you can add it to the profile. You don't need to share the full story. This is more, think of this in the interest of it's keeping yourself safe. Just put the pure facts that we don't need, but not details. And for now, we already know you don't actually know G personally, so we'll build that as we go.
But I know he'll use people.
Yeah. But as far as we know, he's only aware of yourself, right?
Well, and Ven and Thorn.
Yeah. Wait, is he aware of? Yeah, he is aware of. Who has he physically seen?
Oh, who has he physically seen? Potentially just for now, then.
Yeah. Okay, so he's only got a reliable physical thing of yourself.
Also, Thadane, I might have forgotten to tell you this in the chaos of things, but you remember those guns that people used, back at the barracks?
Jesus Christ.
Who's that? Yeah. Yeah.
I might have one with me
That-
that I forget to
Oh,
put it up.
Wait, that's amazing news. Oh
Okay.
right, I haven't told you. It turns out my brother's already in the city, and he's sort of a tinkerer, scientist sort of person, and he is quite obsessed with guns. So he might be able to analyze this. And after he's done that, we have the information. We can hand it to the authorities.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
obsessed.
perfect, actually.
Okay, obsessed seems like a strong word. I'd say he's a connoisseur. You know.
Not
Well,
enough.
He knows a good thing when he sees it.
Everyone does kind of like a side eye towards the like.
Look,
I think Sienna
they're
knows her
interested-
brother a bit better than you do.
they're a new tech. They're an interesting technology that doesn't get enough credit, and it's nice to see someone else who appreciates it. Okay. Anyway, then thank you for telling me. It's only been a few hours after all, so yeah, no worries. Yeah, I think getting Sienna's brother to look it over, because here's the thing, I swear I handed it to a guard and they've never received
Yeah.
it.
Oh,
So
very weird.
someone stole one. I'd like to get a bit more information myself. Also, yeah, someone who can make guns, figuring out how that works. Might be
Yeah.
handy in the future.
Want me to give it to you like right now?
Just keep a hold of it for now. We'll figure out when Theo wants to come round.
Okay.
Yeah, nice fella. Excellent. Thank you for telling me. But yeah, this applies to anybody on anything that we come across. If you have information on a person but don't want to share details for whatever reason, you can add it to the board. Just add a little note that just leave a post-it or something saying it's personal and we won't press. Okay. It isn't, because I want to respect everyone's boundaries, but hiding certain information is more dangerous than not.
Okay.
And I think that's the first managerial thing I've done since you were all hired. So with that, yeah, let's tuck in.
The food has now gone cold.
Fennel was already
Yeah,
eating.
And I assume you were eating.
As you were eating.
I thought so too.
You finish the
Little
meal
dessert.
after about 10 or so minutes after you finish your food and begin to pack up the plates. Who would be doing the dishes?
Me.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to be
And then-
honest. Does Samara give you a chance to do the dishes?
You see Samara's too focused on Snowbear telling her how to be an investigator. You just hear him just like,
All right, so now that we have the basics of fingerprints, you need to figure out that some people actually don't have fingerprints. It makes it a lot more difficult.
you just begin to hear this like ring roll.
As you see, I don't have any. I blush.
He just kind of continues to go through this tirade.
Can I insight check Samara to see if she's actually interested or just...
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Or if this poor woman is being held against her will by a bear.
Yeah. Is she blinking in Morse code for help?
Morse code is too advanced for her. She won't know that yet.
9.
You can't tell. You can see she's doing that kind of like smile, and she's like taking notes though. So she's.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben's just gonna do it because it's calming to him to clean.
So both Sienna and Ven, the two of you, are like cleaning the dishes. As you're cleaning dishes and putting them to the side, you see a shadow hanging from the windowsill where it kind of looks out onto the main street. You look over for a moment and you just hear a knock on it, and you just see dangling there by one hand Caspian. And he just kind of looks.
Yeah.
Please.
There's a
open this
door.
window.
There's a door.
I think Thorn immediately.
Yeah, Sienna's just
pulls
giving
out her
him a really
knife.
unimpressed stare, like, why?
He just kind of
Opens
like
the
looks.
window.
Nah, we're not opening that. Fuck off.
Thank you. I was waiting for
If he
someone to
wants to
open
be
the bloody
extra.
window. Climbs through.
Just use the door next time.
No, don't want to be drawing attention. I was just in a place of high activity, and then I arrive here.
It's
Oh,
daylight.
drama
It's
queen.
daylight. You scale the building and enter the window.
Well, no one saw me, so I think that's better than walking through the
Can
front door.
Can I look out the window to see if there's people looking up at the jackass who just
Sure.
entered the?
Roll a perception check.
So he's just a fucking drama queen.
24.
Oh,
And
He
no one
is.
has noticed
He
his
is.
presence.
And pulls up a leftover cake.
Maybe a bit later. I have a bit of news. Now, getting into reserve was slightly more difficult than I first thought. Slight complications, unfortunately. My main contact is seemingly taking a back step. And now the reserve is being run by another head. So, I couldn't get the job done. I might need someone from here to do the talking. I have complications with the person who is now running it.
Who's running
Oh,
it?
Would one know the name? Who is it?
A very fickle man called Hannibal Crane. He is a very devout sort of figure from Duskwind originally, but he has, a bit of a grudge against me. I don't know why.
Yeah,
but
I also don't know why. Can't think of anything. No.
God
But-
fucking damn it.
He is taking over the reserve, seeing as Tessa is under somewhat of a, well, she's not feeling the spirit now that her partner is completely out of the picture. He's not
Oh,
dead, but he's as
yeah,
close
I
as
remember.
dead.
His wounds weren't healing. They were at the ship with us.
Yes.
His wounds weren't healing. Have they figured out what that is, or did you not?
Well, Werfen Crane seems to still be in the same state he was when the explosion happened. His entire body is almost frozen in time. Can't change it. Seems to be some sort of non-magical problem. Far out of my expertise, but his brother is now here, so it makes things a bit more difficult. But Hannibal Crane is a reasonable man.
Crane.
You might be able to
Crane's got it, yeah.
discuss with him. I just cannot.
Like today?
Whenever you see fit.
I think it's a bit today. We should all be resting. You
yeah.
all look very tired.
So, quick question. My boss lady, that's definitely what Fodane calls her. I forget, is she connected to the reserve itself? I remember something. So I've got a lot of notes, and I need to organise them quite badly.
No, you're good. Marina Smitten, she has some connections with the reserve, but that's not her main job.
Right.
Like any sort of business owners in the city, they tend to have relations with the reserve. So
Yeah.
Bernard as well as Marina will have some sort of connections there. But as well, you guys have had first-hand interaction with Tessa when you were on the Cavalier, so you have some rapport already. But yeah.
Yeah. And just another one, because we've not really gone in depth on Fodane's full work history. Would you say he's done any work for the reserve directly before?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay. Okay. So I've probably got some context of my own to speak to if Tessa doesn't pan out. Sweet. As well as if I can, because I've got the false identity of Derek Feist as a thing that definitely got waylaid by terrorism and then everything else. Because I had ideas for some shenanigans of that one, some wholesome, fun shenanigans. But this isn't the campaign for that.
What is that?
I just thought it'd be fun to do some art.
Never heard of her.
Art heists and stuff. It would be fun. you know.
Wait,
stop-
you wanted to do an art heist?
No, as in catch people
I'm
doing
on
it.
board with doing an art heist.
As in catching people doing it by pretending to be going undercover. I
Oh,
thought
that's
it would be fun.
boring.
I thought it
But we steal from the thieves, okay?
Oh,
Yeah, no,
We
literally,
do a
as in
heist in a thieves guild.
we get on their crew and then we double cross them and turn them in, and maybe keep a portion of the shit.
Get
That
it out. I'm kidding.
that was the plan, but then everything went to hell. But cool, excellent. So yeah, we've got a few avenues to talk to the reserve with. That's good to know. But yeah, definitely rest because I've had 2 spell slots total for a month now. I'd like those back, please.
Alright.
Alright, so let's go out.
That you said you
You're welcome.
you make that decision, you muggle.
Buckle.
He can't cast spells. He doesn't have
I've
spell
got
slots.
He can cast
one.
one spell.
I've got one spell.
Which I can't
Ben's
cast at the moment.
Look at Fennel. Do you want to stay here, or do you want to go out to maybe find your contact, boss, friend, person?
Well, I would like to go find them, but if we've got to go do an excursion to go talk to other people, perhaps that's when I'll go speak to my contact.
Okay. I will rest up then for the night.
Okay. Sounds like everyone's going to rest for the evening.
Yep.
All
Oh.
right.
Ben's gonna write in his journal and then rest, but yes.
Okay.
Sienna's probably gonna make sure Thorn is doing reasonably okay before going to bed.
Thorn, she's like, she's listening to the conversation that's been going on, but her hands are like shaking and twitching, like she's about to hurt either herself or someone else.
Uh-huh.
So she's fine. She's fine.
Yeah, Sienna's just like gently pulling her to the side as soon as the others begin to go to bed, and just going, okay, can I do something? Is there something specific that you'd like to be doing, or do you think you just need to? We could spar. Do you think that would help?
I wanted to go to the dinner with you. Because I know you talked about how your parents were, and I know you want me to meet them. She's not in the headspace to do any of that. Just so we're aware. But
Well, we don't have to think about that right now. It's already too late. They won't be arriving till day. They'll probably be here tomorrow, so plenty of time to think about that one. I'm more concerned with you at the moment. You seem a bit shaky. Today's been a lot.
I don't know what to do right now. I don't. It's not talking to me. It usually talks to me. I don't know why it's not talking to me.
Mm.
I want to tear something apart. Something human. But I don't want to do that. I don't know why I want to do that.
It's probably something called a coping mechanism, which is a very bad coping mechanism, by the way. We should get you better ones. And you can tell that Sienna's just trying to think of something that would be similar to that without hurting something. And she's just racking her brain like, what could we do? What could we do?
Out of character, I just remembered we have drugs. We have
We
drugs.
do! We do! I've been thinking about suggesting that, but I'm not sure if that would come across correctly. Like her going, oh, you want to tear something apart? How about you take sleeping medication?
How about you pop a Xanax? You'll be fine in the hour.
And also, we can't break any of Fidene's dishes, otherwise we could do that again. But well, this time it's dishes that people own.
Don't break my shit. Don't break my shit. Don't break my shit.
Yeah, I just said I won't just
I
it, didn't
think
I?
I'm gonna break your shit. I think I'm gonna. I think I just little.
Okay, is Fidene's building part of a... Well, is it a single
Thorn
thing in
punches a
one
hole through
building,
the
or
wall.
is his building on one floor and there's another floor with other stuff above
Thorn
us?
punches a hole through the wall.
Love,
Fidene's-
don't.
Fidene's
Sienna will
building-
stop her from punching a hole through the wall.
Fodane's building is 2 floors, and you have the storage unit, which
Okay.
is kind of connected into the side. There is a little alleyway that runs underneath, but there are elements of it that kind of bridge over and just connect. But for the most
Okay.
part, his building is standalone. You also see Thorn just walk up to a wall and just reach out and punch. I will need.
Yeah, no.
a-
I'm trying to stop her.
I'd like an initiative between the 2 of you to see who's the fastest.
Oh shit! Do I have to fight the wall? Okay.
I might need to have to do an encounter for this. I know. It works.
Oh shit! Did you seriously just roll a 29 to hit a wall? That's why you don't want to go rolls.
Natural fucking 20. What a nat 20.
Dude,
You
I can't even kick normally like this. Like I did not roll near to this when I was fighting Fennel. This is bull.
No.
This is bullshit.
Yeah,
I didn't
it
even
is.
roll this well when I fought the dust mites. What the fuck?
Jack is just dreading the morning when the Dane wakes up and sees a gigantic hole in the
We'll
wall.
put a tapestry over it, it's fine.
I really don't want to have to actually fire your character, Cassie.
It's just a wall.
For the
can you
love of
roll
men-
a D100 to, because I imagine in this fit of rage you're not paying attention of where you're trying to punch. So
Oh
Please.
no, I'm notorious.
And
I'm
how
gonna
many
guess-
bones you're gonna break from doing so? Because I'm
gonna
assuming
take
these
a-
are fucking stone walls.
Mhm.
Yeah. A wild guess, I'm
I-
going to assume that if a 1 on a D100 is a supporting pillar.
Yeah.
You know, I am notoriously
Oh
bad at things, so
God.
let's see how this goes.
No. Low is always good
18?
with that. So. Okay. That might be good.
No, it's
Well, no, I just get
You
teleported to a different continent and I get the shit kicked out of me. Don't worry about it.
Yes, but teleport has specific rules. Max tends
And I
to rule
broke the
otherwise.
rules last time I did it. Anyways, what happens, Max?
18 is pretty good.
Okay.
You want to roll low. Same rules as divine intervention. So you find a wall. I give you a choice. Would you like to punch a hole in Thodane's bedroom or one out to the alleyway? Which one? Would you like to make a window in Thodane's room?
Okay. Okay, I know the funnier option and I know the option I want to go to. But like, oh, that would be so funny. That would be so funny. But I'm gonna punch to the alleyway.
Okay.
No.
Totally didn't
You-
roll that just in case.
So basically, Sienna's sat there just thinking, what can we do to let out some rage? And then you just hear just a punch a hole in the wall. Natural 20 is a natural 20. You create a hole in the side the size of your fist. You are going to take a little bit of damage because it is
That's
pretty much
fine.
concrete. You take 4
Okay.
points of bludgeoning damage as you just crack through. The hole that you punch basically gives way further as you pull your hand back. Bit of blood around the knuckles, but you can see that the hole that you've made is probably now about the size of someone's head.
Oh, and I forgot, I also had punctured holes into my arm from earlier. Whoops, forgot about that detail as well. So yeah, I think her whole arm is just like
Bleeding out.
caked. Yeah,
I-
blood, baked in blood.
I assume
Oh God.
we all
Don't
hear
move
that
your
shit.
hand.
Yeah. Yeah. You just hear Snowbear go,
Why would you do that?
Yeah, a loud broadcast psychically of, what the fuck was that?
There's a hole in the wall. Why would you do that?
Answer to that.
Thorn, much like
Sienna's just immediately rushing up to Thorn and like using her healing ability to just heal that immediately, and then probably whipping up bandages, being like, "Oh god, oh god, oh
She
god, why did
pushes
you
the
do
hand
For now, we'll
away.
look over to Ven and go, I bet that's Thorn.
I think Thorn's just gonna push the healing away, and just for a second, she's like, just let me feel this for a second. And she's sort of like flexing her hand and arm.
Oh no, no!
No,
That is the
you're not
opposite of
getting a fucking
healthy.
second. What the fuck did you do?
Love. That is called self-harm. That's very bad. I've read about it in the books. Don't do that.
It's also vandalism.
You were such an awful person. Like, my building, when your friend is obviously going through some shit right now.
You put a hole in my home.
She put holes in her arm.
It's also the place I live.
And then mending the hole.
Unfortunately not.
Shit.
Mending can only go so far.
Yeah.
1 foot of dimension. It says.
This is more.
Shit.
It's a thick stone wall, and if it's the size of a head, then yeah, it's going to be just over a foot in terms of full space.
This moment of rage kicks out. You cover the hole to the best of your ability.
Just like put a poster over it. There's obviously a drift and a breeze that's making it flow.
No, Sienna's seriously trying to fix it. Like, as soon as she's assured herself that Thorn isn't trying to hurt herself anymore, she's looking into actual ways to fix the hole.
As
She
you're kind of,
doesn't have any, but, you know.
as you're trying to figure out ways to fix the hole, Sienna, you kind of like look out for a moment to see the external kind of damage that's been made. You can see a crack going down the side. Perhaps it was already there.
Oh.
But you just kind of look back down to the street, see where bits of the stone had fallen, and standing maybe about 2 feet away from it, you see your brother looking up.
Oh.
Yeah, cool. By the way, quick question: did Fawn actually calm down, or?
Yeah, I'd say so. She calmed down a bit. She's not as.
Sienna?
I'll be
Is
with
this-
you in a second.
Is this the place?
Yeah.
Please don't
I'm
tell me
afraid
this
so.
is the place.
Yeah. But look, I'm not going to actually yell at somebody on this. In the background, he's definitely hearing Fodane yelling at Fawn. I'm just not. I know some people that aren't okay with yelling, so I'm not actually doing that. But that is 100% happening.
Yeah, Thorn is very undisturbed, just looking at her bleeding hand.
Yeah, you're getting a cure
No,
wounds.
she's
by
not
the way.
bleeding anymore. I've bandaged
Yeah.
that. If you
Okay,
let me or not.
I would have cast cure wounds, regardless of her say so.
Hey, my
You hear
version
a
of that.
knock at the door.
Yeah,
Please
I'm
open
gonna
it.
open. I'm gonna
That's
open.
booze.
Hi. You
Hi.
were here quick. Right.
I did say I'll be
Before
here
you
by the
had to
evening.
state that.
Uh,
Yeah.
Why making some home renovations?
Yeah, let's call it that. We decided we need another window.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Thorn is
No.
still yelling at Thorn in the
No, no.
background, just a few
And
feet
just the
behind.
moment you said that, no, we fucking didn't.
I have a feeling he's like pulling on her ear, like to get her attention, and so she's like, "Ow, ow, ow!"
Yeah, no. If I had Mage Hand prepped, I'd be doing that with Mage Hand, so I wouldn't have to get on a fucking stool.
Well,
but
I'm
yeah,
thinking like you forcing her to bend down to your height.
yes. Yeah. Now you're gonna fix that your damn self. You're not gonna let Sienna do it for you. You're gonna learn a goddamn lesson, okay?
Let go.
Or when you fucking agree, okay?
We're gonna get a call for domestic violence.
I'm sorry, but is Thildane your all of your boss? Because this seems a little bit
Well, for
Harsh
context,
punishment.
Thorn is the one that punched through the wall. And Zidane lives here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is. I'm rather pissed. Now you're gonna not do that again, because next time No, next time, still gonna fucking cure wounds,
Can,
but fucking...
can Thorn try and, like, take his arm and pin it behind his back?
Okay, Thorn, stop escalating things.
Make an attack roll, Thorn.
Yay!
Vance is gonna turn to Fennel. I bet you 2 gold pieces that there's gonna be a fight.
Oh, that's not fair. I think there is going to be a fight. Ah, screw it. I'm in. I'm in.
What would you? I bet
don't
2
know what
gold
to do.
coins on Thorn.
All right, I'll
This
go
entire
2
time,
gold coins on
Caspian
Thordane.
sat on the chair with his arms crossed, just...
God damn it!
Why
Yeah,
have I
cool.
decided to help these people?
I'm gonna... I'm... The moment you make that attempt, I'm casting Suggestion and sit down, shut up, and calm down.
Aww.
Is that a wisdom
So-
save?
It has to be
Yeah,
a
it's a wisdom.
reasonable suggestion. That is not reasonable for Thorn.
Sit down and shut up.
No, it just needs to be said that they don't harm themselves. That's
Yeah,
not harming themselves.
No,
Yeah,
no,
so-
it needs to be a reasonable suggestion.
Yeah, sit down and shut up is a reasonable suggestion because I didn't say fucking leave. So yeah, that is a fail. So yeah, just it's very clear. Fodane is not amused at all. In fact, he's disappointed more than anything. So have fun with
Dang
that.
Gives 2
Thorn's-
gold pieces to Fennel.
Yeah.
Nice.
That feels like the most mage parenting thing possible.
Yeah.
Like using suggestion to
Sienna
go
looks-
to the naughty step.
Yeah, Sienna looks very conflicted for a second there, because, like, no, you ain't fucking casting on her, but then she's like, nope, this might be good, actually. Sorry, Thorn.
Yeah, so that lasts for 8 hours.
If you want it to.
Yeah, I will drop it if you, because you weren't told to. You'll calm down naturally, basically. So I'll drop it once you've calmed down.
But she like
yeah.
can't get up or move or anything.
You can move around. I said sit down. I didn't say don't move. So as long as pretty much you have to stay on the couch. That's really it. And shut up. I'm gonna say would have been for about this magic.
Well, I
the magical
think-
enforcement would have
I
been.
think it'd be funnier if she like actively couldn't speak.
Yeah, but I think intent matters. So that it would have been like, when if you've pissed off a parent and said it's like shut up, it's shut up until you apologize.
I guess that's the question. Whose intent? Thordane's intent of what shut up means, or Thorn's interpretation of what shut up means?
This is a question for Maximus.
Well, the way that this would actually be done is they've completed the task, they've sat down, they're quiet, and then the spell would end. It's when the completion happens. So
Oh, please.
it lasts for about, let's say, 2 minutes as they kind of grovel and squirm, but then as they're there, eventually, Thorn, you find yourself just finding that quiet, and you just kind of that wave of anger and anxiety just kind of almost fade away, like
She's still grumpy. She's still 100% like, pouting and booing.
but it's not worth
on the couch.
vocalizing.
It's for 9 or 19, I forget.
Hard to tell.
But yeah.
Theo looks at you, Sienna. Is this a bad time, or it seems like you're doing some sort of acting class?
I'm appreciating that it looks like that. This is sort of normal, so really, no, it's not necessarily a bad time. I know that several of us were pretty exhausted, so most of them were heading to bed. But if you just want to chat, we can do that.
Okay. Well, sure. I've got this for you. He hands you the glove. Just be careful how you use it.
Yes, I'll only slap really, really rude people with it.
Cool. You can hit anyone if you want. I don't care.
So, sorry, just in the background, the moment you say really, really rude people, Fodane gives Thorn a look.
As if Sienna would ever.
She flips him off.
Yeah, Sienna turns from the door and is like, so yeah, everybody, this is Theo, my brother.
Hi.
Theo, that is Ben, Frey.
Sa.
Why did you pick
Vanessa.
names that are so similar to your own? Okay.
It's-
That's the whole point.
Fennel. What? How is him picking Fennel the
Vanessa,
point that was
Vanessa.
supposed to... What? No!
Remember.
I said Ben! Ben is perfectly fine. Also, no, I wasn't talking to you. I said Frey accidentally.
Oh, fair enough.
Also, I didn't say Veneno. I said Ben.
Okay, go on,
Just
go on.
keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going.
What? Okay. Anyway, but that's Thordain, who found Red, and Thorn, who I mentioned.
Hi. Hi, everyone.
Oh, that's Caspian, but he's new.
He hates doors.
Yes,
Hello.
that's right. I despise doors and love windows.
What is this game here?
Very, very strange. Okay. Hi, everyone. What's that? He gestures
wanna
over
get
to the moving,
Sorry about
talking,
Snow Bear.
who is currently talking to Samara.
I don't think you're quite getting it, Samara. I'll be honest.
Okay.
What?
That's Snow Bear. That is my childhood teddy
Yeah.
bear who has since come to life.
Oh, we're just being full truthful here.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's very interesting, but I wouldn't want to get involved with that.
Honestly, smart.
I was going to say if you wanted to have a look at him from a engineer's perspective, that would be useful. We're not quite sure how it happened. Although,
Are you sure he's not just like cursed?
so it's a bit of everything magic-wise. There's divination in there for some reason. It's
That can't be good.
it's also not necessarily bad though. It's
I think so.
there's divine magic in there as well. It's weird.
Divine's not always good.
Yeah,
Divine
and
can be deadly
Inferno's not always bad. So
Yeah.
I'm going with the assumption that it's a net neutral
But also
until
he's,
proven otherwise.
also
I
he's a
think-
teddy bear.
Thorn whispers to Theo, "Run while you still can."
Anyway, Fiat, let's move on from Snow Bear. I mentioned before that other firearm.
Uh-huh.
We happen to have one now.
Okay. Can I look at it?
Yeah, sure. That's why I've brought it up. Then, could you grab that from where you had it?
Ben, who's actively falling asleep while standing up at this point. Yeah, Here you go. Pulls out the fucking rifle.
It's fine if you want to head to bed, by the way, guys. It's fine if you want to head to bed.
It's okay, it's okay. I'll go just make tea. Here you go. Ben's
Ven-
giant gun to today.
Then get some sleep. Like,
No,
I'm tempted.
no.
I'm pretty
I'm
sure our
going
beds
to-
are out where we're having this discussion, but
Yeah,
Let's go to
No,
meeting
the beds are in the storage room.
We've
and
moved
with-
them
Oh,
to
they're in the
storage
storage
room.
room.
Still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put them up there.
In the dusty, fucking moldy storage room.
No, I cleaned up a bit first. I said that.
The stink of sewer smell you cannot remove. It is there forever.
Yeah, that is very much there, but this place reeks of
I mean-
fish and seawater.
I mean,
That's
put-
not better.
I made a nice fish meal. Get off my
That doesn't mean it doesn't smell like
it
fish.
was delicious.
That
That's
made-
not the
Because
same
the meal
smell.
is good. No, shut
You
up.
made
Just
a
because the
fish
meal
meal.
is good does not mean it doesn't fucking stink up the whole house.
We opened
okay?
the window with Caspian
when you
came in,
burn
okay? It
fucking
aired out.
popcorn. It's there forever.
And now we have a new hole.
You know what? I'm gonna have to spend. Frodo's gonna have to spend the next in-day game just prestidigitationing the smell of everything away, isn't he?
You're
Yeah.
never gonna get the smell out.
Yep.
It's here for life.
Oh.
I cast Wish. What do you want to do?
Even Wish
Oh,
can't
I
fix
happen
some
to know
things.
someone in the city that can. Okay.
Okay.
Can I have a closer look at this thing?
Yeah, sure. And I'm gonna hand it to him. Yeah, carefully.
Oof. Wow. This is a very nice contraption. There's different dials on the side, so you can control the potency of it.
Yeah.
Definitely hastily made. That's for sure.
Yeah.
You're saying this thing can destroy anything?
It
Mhm.
cut off a fire giant's arm, and then
Oh.
eroded the body. I will say, you need a bit of training, of course, but it felt quite user friendly. They were giving these out to. I don't think they were just random people, but they were part of a rabble.
Well, it doesn't take much to pull a trigger, so
Yeah.
we wouldn't need much training for them at all. Just
Yeah.
some of them can be very temperamental. This thing, hastily made, it's got a lot of faults. If you were to pull a trigger, sometimes it might just combust. So
Yeah, we saw that one of the people in question. Admittedly, it was a bit of sabotage on one of our parts. Caused a backfire, and
yeah,
it seemed quite brutal.
okay. Um, hmm. The main chamber of it uses. Huh. Yeah, this is very dangerous. I would be very careful of how you use it.
Mm.
This thing's only been fired a couple of times. It seems perhaps testing. But if you're gonna use it, give it to someone else.
Was intending to turn it into the guard directly. To be honest, it's
Yeah.
part of something they're investigating. Even like I fired a different one, and it seemed to work, but that was really more of a reflex shot than anything.
One thing that is apparent for all of you is that he seems like just a very generally nervous individual. His hands seem to have a small tremor in them. Perhaps this is just anxiety, social pressure. You're not sure what the cause could be, but Sienna, because he is your brother, you can read those subtle inflections and looks that he has. When he's looking at the chamber specifically, there was a hesitation that he had, a new sense that perhaps there's something he's keeping to himself.
Theo, would you maybe know someone who makes these sort of weapons here in the city?
Well, there's all sorts of tinkerers. There's a lot of different people that do different things. Some specialize in weaponry, others transportation. I can give you a few names if you think that'll help. Do you think it was made here?
I mean, it's possible.
I'd say likely based on the circumstances it's being used in. Even if it was being used for a riot mostly made up of locals, even if that was a front for something else, they probably went local for everything they could.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I should say anything.
Thea, if you think someone might have been coerced or, tricked into making these for people who weren't entirely truthful, letting us know is the best way for us to help them. If you think alternatively it's somebody who's maybe doesn't care who gets these weapons, then I think the right thing to do is let us know. If you don't want us to, we'll look into this and we won't tell the guards unless it's a matter of life or death.
No, this... Sienna, I showed you some of my things before. Remember that thing in the box?
Yes.
Well, that's what's inside this thing. So either someone has been able to make the same, or I had something to do with this.
But you said you made that with a partner, didn't you?
Yeah.
And who was it? Maybe it's them.
His name's Crate. He owns an augmentation shop in the city. But if I don't know how I feel about this now. This feels a little icky. You said he killed a giant with it?
One of
Yes.
the guards, specifically.
Oh no. Okay.
Look, let's not assume the worst. If this is someone like you've worked with, I'm assuming you trust them, right?
Well, yeah, I'd hope so.
Okay. Look, I know it's not a pleasant thought, but from what the little you've said, and the fact that Sienna's not a bad word to say about you, I'm gonna go on a limb and say you're a pretty good judge of character. As much as it's not a nice thought, he might have been coerced.
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't remember ever building like a weapon like this. This is beyond my expertise. That resin that's inside, that's definitely... I know it because I made it.
Okay. I just had an idea, and if I have a look at it, I'm not looking for things I recognize. I'm basically looking to see if it looks... Does it look like someone threw a bunch of things together? Does it look like they took a bit from one person's work, melded it to another person's work? Basically, they've cannibalized other bits and pieces from elsewhere to make a semi-working gun.
Roll an Arcana check.
I'm gonna give myself a bardic. 1d8. Come on, 33. Never mind.
16. It's hard to say. When he's pointing out some of the details and how it's hastily made, you're starting to see some of the imperfections on it. It's not clean. It's not kind of well made with intent. You're getting the idea that it was perhaps hastily made or made by someone who doesn't have the knowledge. You don't know what the answer is, but these are some theories that are floating around.
I have one more check, and feel free to tell me no if this if. Can I try and insight check it to see if it was purposely shoddily made?
You want to insight check the gun?
So I'm insight checking the design to see, was this self-sabotage? Was whoever made it... Because we've done it previously where I incited in a room to find evidence.
Yeah. I'd say this was a part of the Arcana check.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
This is very awkward. As well, Tiana, after you came by, I'm a little bit late because they said they were a friend of yours. They came by my shop. He didn't look too good for wares. He was just looking around the shop, and then he just left. He said he knew you.
Was he wearing a weird mask?
Yeah, it was all different colors.
When was this?
Perhaps maybe half an hour after you left.
Right, I still have my free cast a day of this. What's the range on that? No, not good enough. I'm going to turn to Caspian.
Right.
Just Caspian, was anybody lurking outside that you saw?
I can check once again.
Much appreciated. It sounds like a dipshit was following us.
Did
Well,
you
hands up.
ask for-
Theo,
If that person ever comes to your store again, please tell us immediately. It's not safe to be around.
I'm also
I'm
gonna
very sorry to drag you into this.
I'm gonna pull up the minor illusions because we did the police sketches, so I'm gonna recreate them of Frederick and Siren. Same goes for these two.
Oh, okay. He looks at Frederick. I've seen that guy before.
He is a
Oh.
professor. He is an academic. Is that what kind of place we saw him?
Yeah, he's hosted seminars before at the reserve.
Yeah, that make in that I look. Be wary, but in that context, it's not really a shock that you saw him. Just, I'm not going to give you details, but he's not. He's a bad dude, and I'm understating it, but I don't think you want to know more.
You see Caspian on the outside of the window look back into the room. He's down there. He's waiting outside.
Thorn
Wonderful.
stands up.
He followed your brother, it seems.
Thorn rushes out the door.
Mhm.
Fun. I can't. I've got nothing. I'm absolutely tapped out.
Theo,
You-
you're staying up here. You're not. Theo, you're staying up here, and then
Oh,
Theo's out
I'm
the door after that.
I'm gonna be staying up here for sure.
So,
Not going downstairs.
psychically broadcasted to the group, just Diplo, as well as shouting to Ford, "Fucking stop!"
This time, Thodane, you just hear a growl.
Oh yeah, now you're fucking here.
That's fucking
Thorn.
Mm-hmm.
You rush down the stairs, open the door, and you see, with the slight bit of lantern light, kind of holding himself closely to the shadows where you only see the mask reflecting in the light, you see that silvery shine reflected through. And he just kind of looks in your direction.
She's gonna pull him in and slam him onto the floor, snarling.
You grow closer. You see he takes a step back, further into the shadows. No, I don't want you getting any closer. You're a little angry. I don't want that. No thanks.
Why the fuck are you here?
Oh, well. I would hope for a little bit of gratitude, please. I was better off not knowing any of you. But instead, here I am. Takes one step forward and you can see the light completely shine against his face to where there is this oxidization where rust has completely covered the center and began to burn its way outwards, stopping at the very edges of his face, making the rest of it this patina of green to like a dark brown to a central black to where kind of his nose and his mouth goes. I was much better off not being here, not having ever met any of you. But here we are. Jobs are jobs, and well, just be thankful that I didn't accept the one that was coming my way. And then you try and throw me to the ground. Great.
Is everyone downstairs?
At this point, everyone's followed behind, or whoever it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You have some talking to do.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I want to do, is talk about what the fuck is going on and why you're all involved in these fucking bad men.
You know why.
I know why. I know why. Who do you think I am? I don't know as much as you think. Okay? I know. Make me fucking more aware then. Tell me what I don't know.
I'm surprised I let you
Why?
live.
So am I. You don't fucking get off lightly with these fuckers, okay? I'm fucking surprised they got out of there. I was just lucky enough that they were all distracted. I was this close to taking on the job. And then this wouldn't have happened, and I would have been able to live my life happily as I like. But now I'm involved. Now I'm in the fucking shit with the rest of you.
Why didn't you take the job?
Because there's a little thing called respect. I saw what you did on the fucking ship. I was there when it all happened, wasn't I? I saw how much of a good job you all did, so I thought, you know what? I'll give these kids a break. I'll give them a chance. Yeah,
Right.
more fool me, eh?
Can I do an insight check on that?
Sure,
Yeah, I was honestly about to say the same.
Fuck.
Oh,
Damn
So
you.
Dana, you see that he's being very verbose, something he doesn't seem to be too often. That kind of shiny veneer, that smile, that very off-kilter sort of talk that he had about himself, it's all faded away, and you see this very kind of earnest, honest, and just throwing out everything that comes to his mind at you. Seems very truthful.
I'll relay that psychically. I don't know if Fawn gets that.
Nope.
This fucking thing. Okay.
I'm gonna nudge her and nod and just tap my temple. Hope she gets that.
She just looks at you like, what?
Are you
What are we
sure you
doing here?
weren't being followed?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I wasn't followed. People can't tend to follow me. They just get lost.
Thorn's gonna check
Even
the
magically?
window because she knows that she was able to follow him easy as fuck. So she's gonna look at the window again.
Well, I tried my best, okay? How's that? How's my best? People
Holy
have
shit.
fucking magic. I can't stop that. They might try and follow me, but why would they? What have I got to fucking give them?
Our location?
An annoying accent.
Oh well. La-di-da. As if I can change that.
Can
Fucking
I-
try.
Oh wait, no, I used it already. Shit. Damn. It's fine. Well, I have a spell
Wait.
slot. Fuck it. I'll detect magic.
Mm-hmm.
Just to check.
Okay. You detect magic, you begin to look around, and you can see that his mask, which had some kind of weird sort of energy that almost hid magical properties, you can actually see past it. Where the actual burn mark is, the corrosion, that has now given way, and you can now almost see past it, the veneer, the mask that he wore. You can almost see a face underneath. But you don't see any trails of magic around, only the lights on the streets. And as you're kind of casting the spell, then you see Caspian look towards you as he's kind of looking down from the rooftop and just kind of gives you a nod as well of confidence.
Seems like he
Right.
wasn't being followed then. Or isn't being
Okay.
tracked at least.
That's great. Should we get off the street, maybe?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you want to invite him into my home?
Well, he's found it already.
Not necessarily. How about we meet when we're all calmer and have thought about this a bit?
No. That's fine. I don't really want to talk about this any further. As much as involved I am, I'm staying out of this. And I just came here to pretty much warn you that the people you're going after is not going to end well at all. Why would you even try and listen in and sneak around? I don't know why.
Well,
But
believe it or not, we didn't really know all of them would be there.
you think I did? I didn't know either. Okay?
Plus, the two of them were already after us, so it was only a matter of time.
You were going to take me
Just-
there.
I'm just gonna broadcast again. Maybe don't tell him everything.
I think he already fucking knows, considering they were hiring him to catch us. But
Yeah,
okay.
He doesn't know details.
I didn't tell him.
Well,
details.
we're not telling him details, so.
Thorn just glares at Deplore and she says, "You told me you were going to tell me about whatever the fuck this is." And then she takes off her bandana.
What do you want to know? Right?
What do you have? Everything.
Whatever that is, that mark, it's a fucking omen. Your bloodline, wherever the fuck you come from, is filled with bad thoughts, bad stories. You're just another one of them. That mark that's in your head, that's something that's from the fucking Fae. That's not good. Never good. And you seem to think that your kind, ASMR's divine-blooded, whatever you call yourselves, you're all different. One of them could be from the gods themselves, a bastard child. One could be actually from this world. Your mark is one of them. You're no divine spirit, just like the fucking rest of us. You come from the place where curses are curses. The origin of them all. Enchantments. Fucking people who mess with your mind. Your people, that's all of them. And I'm sure Siren had some interest in that. Huh. Why wouldn't he? You're very rare. There's not many of you around.
Thorn takes a step back and she's lost in her own world.
But look, don't worry. It's not all bad news. I'm sure they're still around. You just can't find them. So perhaps you are the last one. So any secrets
You seem.
gonna be difficult to find.
You seem really knowledgeable. Is that just from traveling around? How do you know this? Why should we believe that?
Well, Sienna, I've been around for quite a while. Thousands of years, in fact, and I've walked through these lands hundreds of times before. And, well, let me tell you, your little boogeyman, this siren, he's been around since the very beginning. I've heard of his name before I even got into this. Years and years ago. Whatever you're dealing with, he's not like the rest of us. Surprise. Shocker.
Do you know what he is?
He's from another fucking world. He's from a place where they pray to the sun, a light that shines down, and they try and figure out and play God and try and mess around inside and around and try and change who we are. They steal kids, they steal adults, they steal anyone they can find and try and figure out what the secret is. Because he is the worst thing that could ever be conceived. He is curiosity incarnate. If you think like the devils are bad, he's fucking worse. The devils are scared of him because he messes around with them, plays inside, turns them into something else. That's why I thought I'd come here before I leave, because you know what? If I'm in it, I'm in it. And I may as well just tell you these things because how much longer have I got left anyway? This fucking thing is still corroding away. Maybe a few more weeks and it'll completely be gone. And then I'll just fade away because guess what? This thing is the only thing keeping me alive this long. So call it a martyr's wish. I'm just gonna live my fucking life from here onwards because what's the point?
So,
Huh?
Max, while he was monologuing, could I have, please, as much as I want to say shoot him in the face, I'm going to telepathic to Caspian. You can't hear this. Sorry, I can't hear your reply. Could you take him down and contain him? Yeah, I'm just going to look up to him after I send that.
You see, he kind of looks over in your direction. He nods.
I'm then going to think to Fennel and Ven, and I'm going to try and get Thorn in that. Because Sienna's currently talking. You're currently talking to him. I don't want your expression to give it away, if at all.
He's
Caspian
not leaving you out because he hates you.
Yeah. Caspian says he can contain him. But I tell him to go ahead. And I'm going to just... And again, nod or shake your head.
It's gonna look at Fennel, kind of like, Carl, I don't know. Do we want him contained? Bro's gonna die in like
Yes.
2 weeks. Should we do that to him?
No, I don't.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Nah.
What? Why though? What has he done? I mean, aside from kill people.
Do we need more than that?
I mean,
Ben's gonna shake his head because he wants to talk to Dippler.
Yeah. Finel's gonna shake his
Contain
head.
doesn't mean we can no longer talk to. It means contain. Stop
it
him from
will
moving.
make him
if we
less likely to
contain
talk to
him-
us.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
we're gonna-
shake the head as in don't do it right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, it's
I
not like
think
he's making a
that'd be
move
more
to
of
leave.
that.
He's talking pretty
Yeah.
openly.
Like, do you just shake your head, or do you go like a hand wavy motion?
They just go, nah, bro, wait a minute.
If you're saying not right now, a shrug would do. It's more what I'm getting at, like, because that's a
Yes.
No, Finel will shake his head.
Yeah,
Okay.
like, don't.
And I'm just betting on Thorn doesn't hear it.
Yeah, Thorn doesn't hear it.
Yeah. and
Can Ven look at Dippler?
Mm-hmm.
No.
You said people like him want to distort reality, from what I'm getting.
Huh.
Or change it to how they see fit.
We're still talking about Siren, I guess.
Well, my question was, is he a part of, or the one who made a certain another group who does a similar thing?
Well, Siren's a very specific individual. Siren comes from beyond, placed himself here, and has grown his own little empire hidden in the shadows.
for many, many years, and still organizations don't believe he exists because he just vanishes, goes, disappears with everything that he has with him. He does not want to, how would you say it, augment the betterment of humanity, reality, whatever. He just sees it as his little playthings. He just wants to play with the toys and then be done with them. And I'm sure he has ulterior motives, but he doesn't share those with anyone. That's all what I've been able to glimmer from him, but he works for a higher power, something beyond. And that person, that thing, scares me more than Siren does.
Oh, well, that's great. Now we're dealing with cosmic powers. But that doesn't answer my question.
Is that the thing in the sky you spoke about, the light? Or is it another player?
No, there's this, you could say there's some sort of powerful entity like a god. Yeah, fucking god. Called the Everlight. And the Everlight tries to control everything it can get its hands on. Not fun.
Fuck you, Max. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
So-
Gods. Wonderful.
Above table, what are the odds that now my sister's involved in this shit?
Oh, now they've gotten so much more likely.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
cool.
This...
Max, has Fodane ever heard of the Everlight? Because I don't want to ask that out of nowhere.
All of you
Right.
can roll a religion check if you want.
Okay. Fuck.
Yeah.
Okay, thank God somebody
Oh
rolled high.
shit.
Yay!
How do the rogues know the
God damn it,
most?
Stop rolling a save for me, you fucker. Stop it! Stop it! Stop!
Hey Cassie, I technically rolled higher than you.
Yeah,
Fuck
yeah.
you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
It's a tie, but it's in Frey's favour.
Shut up!
Dawn, you've heard the name Everlight being mentioned under the breath of some of the guards, some of the scientists that were in, well, doing all sorts of things in your cage and others. They'd whisper it, and they all had a somewhat symbol emblazoned across their skin, which had a slight dim glow to it. One that resembles, for a better term of a description, kind of like Saturn and its ring. A circle with a ring that goes around it. But that's all you know. And the name coming up just brings back all those memories. For now, your clan, your tribe, your people always looked to other deities outside of the main pantheon. On researching, finding those more primordial beings to reach out to, those of the land, those of the world itself, you had heard that there was entities that border the two, some that were beyond and something that were more of home. Not a god, but also not a primordial, kind of something more. There were 3 of them, and they all derived from one kind of god themselves. Tharizdun and his 3 children, Ruin, Calorak, and the Everlight. the Everlight, known as being the false hope, Ruin being known as the god of madness and emotion, and the Calorak known as the nightmare. But you don't really know much else outside of that.
Okay, cool.
This is so twisted.
That was the biggest "we're so fucked" okay, cool ever.
Yeah.
This is so weird.
So on a scale of 1 to pants browningly terrible, I think we're at pants browningly terrible.
Honestly,
Are
it could be
unstable at this
worse.
point. How?
Could this
Yeah,
be
it could be
worse?
worse.
No,
it could be
Jade,
the dad.
he's gonna
How
make
in
it
the
worse.
Could be the
fuck?
dad.
How
See,
in the
stop
fuck could
being
it be worse than
optimistic,
the
let us
fucking
panic.
Everlight?
It
How?
could.
How?
It could be their dad. It could be the dad. Imagine if we had theirs stood
You
against
better
us.
shut the fuck up right now.
Why did you
stop.
verbalize that? Why did you verbalize that? Look at
You
Max's
better
face.
stop
Why
that
did you
shit.
Because
verbalize
Max,
that?
Right now.
Max has established that guy is neutral.
Put the fucking
Okay,
break on
guys,
the conversation.
chill out. I want to ask something.
Don't you
Fuck.
make that face at us, Max. Don't you fucking do that.
I have a question then. Does Frederick also and his little, I don't know, wizard club also work for Serenor, this god?
Oh, no. Frederick's his own fucking screwed up mind. When you say, his little club, you mean the puppets he brings around wherever he goes? You mean them?
Well,
Sure
I
enough,
was
they
just
look
talking
real.
about what Caspian was talking about, but I don't know.
Well,
That would have been former club though.
Oh, yeah, former club, right?
Well, when I first met Frederick, he was in quite a dire spot. He wasn't right. He wasn't right in the head. Something screws loose. And, well, when he reached out for someone to help him get on his way, he was carrying around all of these dead bodies. And he brought them to life, and he started talking to them as if they had sentience. Now, he called them all sorts of names, and he seemed to know them directly, but I don't really understand what the fuck is wrong with him. You talk about him having an organization, well, yeah, he came from somewhere. People who fuck up brains. He's subject fucking zero there. Sure, it didn't end on good terms, but no one escapes that organization alive, or at least with part of their brain together.
When was this?
When did he, what?
Reach out for your help. When did you see him like that?
This was decades ago.
Decades?
Uh-huh. I don't remember
How
the finer
old
details
is he?
of when things took place, and it all gets a bit loose, especially now when I'm all fucked. I can't even remember what happened yesterday. But, like all wizards, they mess with the fabric of reality and distort it and try to make themselves look as youthful as possible. I'm sure Frederick is no different. The vain son of a bitch doesn't seem to age or at least care about how he looks.
Ven is seemingly very disturbed right now. Okay. So he's... You guys can question the rest of him. I need a moment, and he's gonna step away and back inside.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw this the fuck out there. Hey, Diplo, do you happen to know Dursk Lightfinger at all? Because at this point, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, well, yes, I've heard of him.
Motherfucker!
Of course, you fucking ass!
I've not had the displeasure of talking with him, though. I don't like getting involved with priests.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna guess that he's not the bastion of virtue that he puts forth, then.
Is anyone?
Okay, I'm gonna level with you. This one's a bit personal, and you seem to be in a soul-bearing mood. Anything you can tell me, fuck it, I'll owe you a favour.
I don't need your favor. I'm gonna be dead in 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, you've probably got people you want dead, right?
No, I'm planning to kill them all myself.
Yeah, well, good luck with that.
Thanks.
Well,
This is being quite enlightening.
if you're planning on going up against them, why not let us help? Why not work together?
He gestures to his face, because this is what happens. You think you can stop this and protect yourselves?
You think you can do it on your own?
Fuck it. Can I do an Arcana check to see if I know a way to stop that? Just why not?
You can definitely try.
Come on, nat 20. Because that would be hilarious. No.
2. No idea. What's your point?
I mean, you're one person. Don't really care how old you are or what you can and can't do. You're one person. You can do more with more people.
To help Fennell's point, I want to broadcast to him. You can use this as bait. I'm not saying that out loud.
For now, if you could roll a persuasion check.
You're getting my last bardic. It's a D8.
Oof, 12. I might need that D8. 18.
Okay. And if this does seem to work out as a perfect union, what's to say that I can even trust you? Because it seems like the hostilities are everywhere and I've done nothing for you or to encroach this sort of ire.
Well, you were nearly sided with
No,
the enemy.
garrison full of prisoners.
We want them more than we dislike you.
When you say sided with the enemy, when did I ever say that I was going to accept their job?
You didn't. But you used to work with them. You used to fraternize with them. In some form, in some way. That we do know.
I've also worked with the gentleman over there that you have standing on the rooftop. I've worked with a lot of different people. Both good and certainly ugly. Oh, this one. He's a fucked up individual.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to like doors. It kind of pisses me off.
But that's the point. You're not trustworthy. But you're gonna die in 2 weeks. Which means we don't have to worry about how trustworthy you are. We just have to worry about you for 2 weeks.
Also, from what we've been hearing, if you decide you can't trust us, you can just disappear. Doesn't seem like we would actually stand a chance at stopping you. So, really, this is us asking if you are ready to ally yourself with us. This is not us going, you have to, because we can't make you.
True. It's a mutual benefit. We have the same enemy.
Same enemy, huh? And what's the plan?
Well, you know them better than we do. What else can you tell us about the rest of them?
I don't know anything about Gil, but I know someone who might. Seem to have connections with him for a while. In terms of the others, well, Frederick, I know where he lives. He doesn't try and
that's
hide
a
it
step
too well.
Checks out.
Siren, he's more of an enigma.
Then we suggest we take them out one at a time. Caspian, if you're already aware of Caspian, is already confident he can take on Frederick at any time. We just need to get to him.
And let's be real. Of the three, Gil's the lowest priority for us.
Yeah, he doesn't currently want to see us dead. That's one step ahead.
That's fine by me.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll help you then. I've only got 2 weeks left, and, well, if you fuck with me, I'll just have to kill you all.
Fair enough.
And all we have to do is wait it out. So I'd say we can grandstand all we like. For now, it's an alliance. We don't need to be throwing threats around just for the sake of it.
Deal.
Well, in that case, do you want a drink? You look like you need one.
I've been drinking since I left them this morning.
Yeah, I meant a good one, not whatever swill you found that served the mask.
Sure thing. He walks in. This entire time,
Great.
you see Theo was at the top of the stairs just listening down.
Oh no, for fuck's sake! I told him to stay up there!
Yeah. Is there a puddle? I assume there's a puddle, because that's intense.
He's just kind of like looking down.
Oh
just-
no, you weren't supposed to hear any of that.
And then he waddles back into the room.
How about you forget all of that? And don't tell our parents, most importantly.
Thorn sort of like scoots towards Sienna. Do I need to knock him out?
No! No!
No more violence today, Fawn.
He wakes up, it was all just a bad dream. Don't worry
Yeah,
about it.
But,
There's no hole in the wall.
yeah, but Fodane's gotten out a small ladder, and I imagine he keeps the very good shit on the top of the highest shelf at the back. So he's just like, yep, no, we need this.
As well, you saw that Snowbear and Samara are also watching from the window, looking down, listening to the entire thing. As soon as you
The whole
enter,
fucking neighborhood at this point.
you just see Snowbear
honestly,
just kind
probably
of like,
three neighbors at the windows, just
Snowbear's got his hand behind his back, just whistling. Samara's trying to look busy with like the studying work that she's been given.
The book's upside down, of course.
Yeah. Hi, a new guest. Hello.
He's not a guest.
Technically, he is actually. Let's not be, we don't have to like him, but let's be factual about it. Do you want a double?
What happened to your face?
Oh my god.
Oh, Snubber's gonna have to get to the training.
I
Look.
love it.
I can't be the only one that thought about it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pour him a double.
Yeah,
I'm just
but-
gonna
but
pour him
we
a double.
didn't say it.
Can I drink? Please.
No,
No.
Please.
you've already put a hole in my house.
No.
Please.
Oh, but I want to see what Thorn is like drinking.
We'll do that when it's not
Yes, but
this
no.
tense.
I'm gonna slip a drink.
Tense.
No, you're not.
I don't see
You
what
are not.
I'm watching her really closely if she wants to sneak on it as yes or roll for it. I'm not.
Can I roll a sneak to down a drink real quick? Like take
If you want to try and roll a stealth check, go for it.
So, before the outcome, I went for some high proof whiskey.
15. What's your passive failing?
Oh, my passive perception? It's 20.
Yeah, you see Thorn reaching.
She like tries to down it real quick.
Man, let her have it. She deserves it.
Please.
No. She would have if there wasn't a hole in my living room.
That's exactly why she needs one, dude. Let her calm down.
No,
It's either this or violence, okay?
I don't want.
Pick and
I don't
choose.
want more surprise windows.
So let me have a drink.
You see,
Go into the sewers and kill the blue balls.
Diplor has the drink in his hand, and he just kind of looks at the rest of you. Well, don't worry, we're all on the same team now. No backstabbing or front stabbing.
Dude, just be quiet and enjoy it. Sip, don't gulp.
It's just very loud, obnoxious sipping.
Oh,
Just the
Stop.
loudest.
Stop.
Oh boy.
That
Yeah, I'm
was
trying to be.
fucking disgusting. Another, please.
It's whiskey. It's kind of the fucking point.
You continue to pour some drinks, as you now have the strangest living room ever, with all of these different-looking people.
Oh yeah, Fodane has far surpassed the point where he gives a shit.
Mhm.
I haven't.
Yeah,
Jenna
please,
hasn't.
guys. Go on. Sorry, I've just been trying to get your attention for the past 5 minutes.
Go ahead.
Sorry. You can finish it if you want, Leonie. Because
No,
Van
no, I was
left
just gonna complain.
like 10 minutes ago. If nobody noticed, he left. He went upstairs.
We all went upstairs.
No, but
Before
then left the
that-
conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I wanted to see if he could talk to Shadow Pals.
Sure, yeah.
Well, not to Dane's bedroom because that's getting repetitive. Is there a fuking bathroom in here or some shit where
The
people won't
bathroom's in
come
the
in?
bedroom.
Use
Yeah.
the
For
storage
fuck's
room
sake, whatever,
downstairs.
sure.
Let's go back into the bedroom. You see the shadow is just laying there. You see Discord just legs kind of in the air, just twiddling back and forth. So,
His legs. Ven looks something in between sick to his stomach and very pissed off.
what's gotten your stomach in a twist?
Did you not hear that whole conversation?
Oh, yes, I heard it all. Does it make you mad?
Of course it does.
Good. Use it.
I think we might need to hurry up with our plans then.
Well, it sounds like a lot of things are expediting, so I think that's a genuine good plan. I can hear they're talking, and they say that he knows where Frederick lives. Perfect. And we have all of these very strong people here. Caspian alone. Perfect.
I don't want him to just lose his magic. I want my revenge. I want him dead.
And you will. I've been dabbling a little bit, practicing since the other one fell. Some things become more clear. And well, Frederick is just another piece. Peace of mind that I think they could try and pluck. He can be your little toy for the rest of your life. I don't
No.
think we're going to let him off lightly now, are we?
No, but I don't want him around me.
We can cast him away to the deepest, darkest shadow if that helps. They say he's a fractured mind. I wonder how that would feel, being alone and isolated. They say that he is verbose and over cocky. What if he doesn't have an audience? A thing he thrives on. We leave him to weather a slow and methodical insanity. And when he begs to die, we will just watch. We don't
What
have
about the
to.
rest of them?
Of who?
The ones who looked the other way when everything happened.
We can see what sort of lingering effects he has. We don't know the extent of what he said or did. But if all things stay the same, then I see why not to continue dishing out a justice that is much deserved.
I'm just confused at one bit. If he managed to convince or control their minds, why didn't he just do that to me?
Perhaps he sees the same potential in you as I do. Perhaps he knows that you cannot be swindled. There is something special in you then. Something very special. And, well, I think you've started to see bits of it. Hints that there's something deeper inside. Something powerful. And perhaps that's what he fell in love with. But in the end of the day, he needs to be eradicated. No longer. We'll find out how far his hands lie in the pockets of all these people. And we'll get you back with your family. You and me together. No matter what it takes. Because I am always by your side. Every step of the way. And no matter what choice you make, I will never judge you.
Always together then.
Forever and always. I am your shadow.
Still can't believe how much he has lied. The more I learn about him, the more there is to hate.
There is one thing that might help. Remember those pieces that we talked about?
Yes.
Well, I've started seeing their dreams. Disjointed and messy. All overlapping. They don't even know what to believe anymore.
Do you think this is the right time to strike then?
I think if we need a stronger hand over Frederick, or at least to piece the puzzle that he's left behind, I think we should certainly give them a visit. There's a couple in this very city. We've met one, and I've also felt the presence of another outside of Frederick.
What do you mean?
Frederick is just a piece. There are many others scattered around. The same faces carry different memories. I could see a little glimpse from when the young boy fell to the water. But I'm sure there's more to gain. I know there's more to gain. We just need to find them, track them down, and then everything will be clear. And you and I will be much, much stronger. For his death brought a clarity to both of us.
So they won't all look like him? The pieces?
I've seen parts of their face. Would you like to see them too?
Van nods.
Okay. You see 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 images appear in front of you. One stands idle, the 5th to the right-hand side, dimmed in a pitch-black shadow, drowning in water. The other 4 that remains, you see in the very center, Frederick, the same one in the very outfit that you are very familiar with, currently hunched over his table and frantically scribbling into some sort of book in front of him. His head kind of leaning back and forth, looking around, and then continuing to write and write. To his left, you see one with a large bike polishing the side, wearing a jacket that is leather and design, dark in color. You see another to the right, who is currently sat with a book open in front of them, glasses leaning down their nose, and flicking through the pages one by one, and every so often looking forward as though talking to someone, nodding along, continue to reading the book, and on occasion writes in it as well. The final one, to the far left-hand side, you see someone hood up, almost baggy-looking clothes, just walking the streets, looking back and forth down the alleyways. And you see at one point, they kind of lean down and seem to almost etch something into the stonework. Some sort of art of sorts. 5 figures, 4 remain. Discord's voice continues. I feel as though I have a connection with each one of them now. After Ricker's death, they all feel much closer. As if I can pinpoint them by a smell. If you want to find them, I can get us there.
Alright. Not now, though. The tensions are high and eyes are everywhere.
There's always tomorrow.
True.
Very good. The imagery just fades away. Excellent. Well, let us continue with mingling. And we'll see what else they can do. Our friends, that is. See how much they can help.
Right. Go easy on Fennel, by the way.
Ah, was I a little over the top?
A little bit, maybe.
He's seen worse, I'm sure.
Well, I'm sure that's still a shadow person threatening him. It's not a most welcoming sight. Not that I don't
Alright.
appreciate you looking
Okay,
out for me.
I'll try not to embarrass you.
You're not
It's quite
embarrassed.
hard to not embarrass you, because I'm just quite a lot in general. But I'll try. Thank you for sharing him with me.
You're welcome?
It smiles. Go on. Out the door.
Alright. I'll talk to you later. He walks out.
You leave. Rejoin the madness that is happening in the lounge.
Walks in,
As-
everything's on fire.
The
Yes.
fuck? I was gone for 10 minutes.
Thorn's trying to
Guys.
explore.
Diplor just continues to look around. Well, I'm feeling quite tired. It's been a long day. Am I staying here?
No.
Or I see there's a bedroom over there with my name on it.
Now I'm pretty sure it has Thane's name on it.
That is mine. You are not sleeping there.
Ah, right. Thought I'd try.
This prick.
Where the fuck am I staying? Or am I just going?
There's
Do
a
you-
spot on the street.
I think he should stay with us.
It's a couch. Everyone else has a bed. We don't have another. You can take the couch.
No objections. The couch it is. Thank you very much, Thildane. Very appreciative of your hosting ability. Alright, get off, get off. What the Why do you have a teddy bear here?
I assume Snowbear's about to answer that for his gone-up self.
Snowbear just goes like that. An imaginary middle finger
The implication
pops
is there.
He's either saying up yours or he's giving you the finger. Possibly both.
Right on.
out. How cute. Alright, good night. He just lays there.
Because
Well,
everyone
that's
is around him.
Right. We're just all staring at him like, uh-huh, sure.
So, broadcast to everyone, and I hope the tiger lets this through. We could just kill him in his sleep.
No.
That's optimistic of you.
Thane.
Done.
Did the tiger let that one through? Because it seems like something the tiger'd be on board for.
Yeah, that one went through.
Hell yeah! Murder!
I just imagine he's like one of those like telephone guys back in the day where they're like choosing which connection goes through to which channel.
Yes, I've received your transmission. You want to go straight to the president? Yes, 1 second.
Oh. Like, here's the thing. Every time you've described the tiger, my mental picture of it is a fucking Incineroar for a Pokemon.
Stop.
So I just imagine one of those with a headset on a switchboard, like with a pair of glasses, just like...
McDonald's hat.
Pink. McDonald's hat with a headset. I love that idea.
So Ven rejoins everyone.
Oh. That's an interesting looking Pokemon, sorry.
Says that to Ben.
Like Leonie, seriously, that is basically the tiger, isn't it? Fully.
Don't agree to that. Don't agree to that.
Well, it's not pink. It's not pink, so no.
I think the shiny one is, I believe. So
Shut up. No, it's not.
that's
No,
a
it's
compliment.
not.
Incineroar's a badass Pokemon.
Shut up. Roleplay for fuck's sake.
I think we could all use some sleep. Finally.
Yes, we've been up a long time.
We sorted out what we want to do with him. Other than let him sleep on the couch.
Yeah. He's got nothing to lose. We've got something to gain. Frederick's on the list.
Right, wasn't he already on the list?
No, as in immediate. As in
Top of the
immediately.
list.
Not,
Top of the list.
yeah.
Oh,
He's moved right up. Look, he's got a time frame. Funnily enough, the same time frame I've got to prove my sister's alive. So I'd rather, if he's determined to kill the bastard, then I'm up for getting that out of the way sooner rather than later.
Understood.
Okay.
Well, let's discuss details in the morning. I really need some sleep after all of that.
Yeah.
Yes, I think we all do.
Yep. Good night, all. 4 on the wall. The payment fixing the walls coming out of your pay.
I'm getting paid.
Yeah.
We're getting paid.
Yeah. Everyone gets a cut of every case we get paid for.
Oh, yeah, we're probably not getting paid ever. By the way, Theo has probably already gone home, I hope.
He's still here.
Why? Why?
Okay, then I'm gonna politely send him home, and I'm gonna tell him to just forget everything he heard this evening, and also about the gun, just to be safe.
I could still
Please, just forget about it. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Presumably.
He's just gonna give you a hug again.
Please.
Good to see you again,
That's
sis.
nice. I love hugs.
Really hope he isn't
Yeah,
killed in the
it was
streets because
really
it's shaping up to be that kind of session.
Don't you fucking... If you...
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
You begin to kind of leave through the door to let Theo go. He says his goodbyes. Sienna, you just hear from behind you Caspian just say, would you like me to make sure that he gets home safe?
Yes. 100% yes, that would be amazing.
No problem. I just walked past. Eventually,
Yeah, he's not going to die today.
you all head to wherever you're sleeping. I think it's literally only Thordane who sleeps in his room. Snow Bear is just there. He was on the sofa before, but now he can't because there's Diplor, so he's just kind of like resting against the wall.
Nah, he can cuddle with Diplor. He can do his beauty.
No, he fucking can't. No.
He's giving him, he's like rehabilitating him, you know, with hugs.
Don't use my bear like that. Don't you put him near degenerates like Diplor.
Jesus, guys. He literally gave us good info, chill.
He's still a piece of
He
shit.
also blew up an entire prison and killed like 500 innocent people, okay?
Nobody knows that yet.
Well, innocent. They were
Well,
in prison.
innocent, they were in prison.
Yeah, they could have been in there for driving their fucking bikes drunk.
Yeah, because it's not like there's a police force that would imprison people who've done nothing
That's still a
wrong
serious
ever,
offense,
at all.
Don't joke.
Yeah, who would do that?
But the most of you do sleep in the storage unit. Cold, damp, musty, slight bit of dust in the air still, stinking of sewage water. You find sleep because you are just exhausted. And you gain a long rest, finally, after so long.
Yay.
And yeah, the morning arises. You have the day to yourselves. And I think rather than kind of starting anything, I'm just going to end the session there and we'll pick it up next time.
Oh, thank God, I'm actually exhausted.
Oh,
Yeah, that was. Oh boy.
Max! Max, what the hell, man? We
What
said
the
no world-ending threats!
What the
Again, the Everlight is not in theory world
Giant-
ending. It would
It's
just
a
take
god,
the
what
world
do you mean?
over.
Yeah,
From
see, that-
what we know from the past fucking campaign, there's a reason why we didn't dip into the Everlight shit. There is a reason.
From a person who wasn't in the previous campaign, all I heard was, oh, God who wants to control everything. Oh, great!
And
What do you
what-
mean?
Yeah, what
What
me
do
and
you
Robbie are hearing is
mean?
you fucks didn't
Oh,
do your
Max,
job
you're
right.
winning it
I
yourself.
did not do a single
Look at
fucking
his
thing.
pleased
I did not do a
face.
single fucking
Max,
thing. It's all
you-
that rat bastard's fault. That bastard.
Max,
It's all his
put that
fault.
face
This is
away,
what I
Max.
have. Just Max.
That fucking you son
Look,
of a bitch.
Max is throwing everything at the kitchen sink at us. Ven is slowly transitioning into the big bad evil guy for the end of the campaign. And just
I don't know.
everything's going to shit. Don't you dare.
Well, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I haven't heard any world-ending events.
I mean,
He wants to
yeah.
control everything. That's not
Yeah, that's
ending
what I'm
it.
saying.
It is ending the world as we know it.
In
yeah.
a way, it's ending it.
No.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah,
my
we
cat
know
is
that's
currently
a joke.
on top of my balcony door. What are you doing?
I'm sorry.
Being a cat.
Yeah, we
climbing
saw
over
it
your
jump.
head.
Yeah.
Uh,
Also, I ordered food to 7, so I'm curious if it's gonna arrive in 2 minutes or not.
Beautiful, beautiful Max.
Oh,
Oh,
gorgeous.
yeah,
No, he got
end it?
one for
Should we
each
end
of
it?
us. So cute.
Should we end the
Yeah,
session?
Max-
Should we end it? Should
He's
we
throwing
go
out
out?
correctly.
Follow us on social media, which is Instagram and YouTube if you want to rewatch the sessions.
like this
And see funny
show.
haha parts and art. Wow, great. Okay, thank you. And the stream.
But
And the stream.
also see
And-
the
and-
present.
and-
Max, you dropped
Edit
this.
out.
You've dropped